Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Thanks, man. All right, it looks like we've already got some viewers in here, so I'm just going to go ahead and kick this off a little bit early today, I think. Thanks to those of you who are joining. Again, if you appreciate the content we're giving out, like I said, I'm Steven Dykman, and I play for Swish Gaming. Check us out on YouTube, Swish Gaming on YouTube. SwishGaming.com is our website. We pump out a bunch of articles, Magic content, but other content as well for other games. Mostly Magic. I've been doing most of my content recently on Modern Elementals, so if you're interested in Modern, that's where most of my focus has been the last couple months. Right now, you'll kind of see us start doing more Standard, testing for the SCG events coming up. Twitter, give us a follow, the Swish Gaming. Facebook, Swish Gaming, and Twitch, the Swish Gaming. All right. Oh, no, maintenance. All right, well, we'll deal with that when we get there, I guess. So today, we are going to take Esper Aggro into battle. And, excuse me, this is a good friend of mine, Raja Suleiman's deck. And if you don't know him, he's a very, very good Magic player from Michigan. He's honestly, I don't know how well known he really is. He's kind of a fairly quiet dude. He's not really that loud on social media like some players are. But he is an excellent, excellent player, and he has a spicy deck brewed up for us today. Um, Raja, the first time I started to get to know Raja was back in 2016, and he had a top 8 finish with a black-white deck then, and I believe that was SCG Columbus. Ever since then, I've known Raja to just love these weird black-white decks. He took one of them to a pro tour, did quite well. Everyone else was playing Inverter of Truth, Dig Through Time, and Raja was out here playing Gideon, both Gideons, 3-mana Gideon, Gideon of the Trial, and Gideon Ally of Zendikar, and Heart of Kiran. Thraben Inspector, which obviously I love Thraben Inspector, so props to Raja for that. But Raja loves these black-white piles. It's one of his go-tos. So we've got kind of an aggressive mid-range deck in a way here. You'll notice over here on the side we're playing, looks like about 26. We're playing 26 lands. Let me go ahead, actually. I'm going to real quick edit my webcam so you guys can see this better. Let's do this for now. Okay. So let's kind of check this out. So we're playing 2 Blood Chief's Thirst as some cheap, effective removal spells. 3 Intrepid Adversaries. If you were watching the stream yesterday, you saw how good those can be. We've got 4 Luminarch Aspirant, again, from our deck yesterday. You probably remember those. A good aggressive creature. Infernal Grasp is some more clean removal. Silver Quill Silencer. This card's pretty interesting. As it enters the battlefield, choose a non-land card name. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with the chosen name, they lose 3 life, and you draw a card. So this card is going to be kind of similar to like Meddling Mage in the modern Humans decks. It's really going to reward us for knowing the format really well. When we name cards that we expect our opponent to cast, we're going to get card advantage, and we're going to deal them damage. So it's going to be really important to recognize what our opponents are playing, what it is likely they will play on following turns, etc. Raja claims this is one of the best removal spells in the format, and I believe him. It's a very good card. It's white, black, Vanishing Verse, exile target monocolored permanent. Obviously, it's a good answer to Asika's Chariot because it deals with it even if it's not crewed, which is really nice. It deals with pretty much every card in Standard right now. The only 2 that I can think of that are maybe super relevant that it misses are the new Teferi, the 4-mana Teferi in that blue-white Epiphany deck, and Xanathar in a lot of these blue-black decks. Obviously, we've seen that I am playing the Trickster in blue-black, Zansiad, but I don't think a lot of people are playing that card, and Raj and I were joking around. He said when he put this card in his deck, he really didn't consider that card at all, which makes sense. Nobody's playing it, so why would you? But this card should be very, very good for us. Just a clean answer to any kind of permanent as long as it's monocolored. And fortunately for us, most permanents in Standard right now are indeed monocolored. Another card that we really saw how good it is yesterday was Brutal Cathar. I was really impressed with this card. I think I boarded it in almost every matchup with mono white, and Raja's just main decking this card. He says, this card's great, I'm just going to play it in my main deck, which I really like. I think it's a very smart call. This card was very impressive. I wouldn't be surprised moving forward if Standard white decks start playing 4 of this card. This card was really impressive to me yesterday. We'll see how it does for us today, but I'm happy to have him in the main deck. We've got 4 Elite Spellbinders, just an excellent, excellent white card today. Obviously, this card is just very strong. First of all, it's a 3-mana, 3-power flyer, which is good. And then second of all, it lets you check out your opponent's hand, kind of see what's going on, and it's also going to combo pretty well with Silver Quill Silencer in a lot of spots. If we know what's in our opponent's hand, then it'll be a lot easier to name things with Silver Quill. Maul the Skyclaves, again, another card that we saw how good it was yesterday. I kept bringing that one of out of the sideboard every single match, so I'm sure it's going to be good in the main deck here. Very strong card. Helps us just get over and win games. Raidane, very good in this format right now. When everyone's trying to play 4+ CMC non-creature spells, Raidane really, really punishes that. And fortunately for us, that's what the format really looks like right now. So we'll have to see how this card performs, but I mean, it won't be much of a surprise when it performs well because it was very good for us yesterday, and I don't expect it to be any different today. This one is really interesting. I haven't seen anyone talk about this card. I haven't seen anyone play this card, and I didn't even know what this card was until I looked at Raja's list this morning and threw this thing together. So, Jaren Corrupted Bishop. On the front side here, it's a flip card. Two generic, 1 black, legendary human cleric. When it enters the battlefield or another non-token human you control dies, you lose 1 life and create a 1/1 white human creature token. So at face value, it's already just a 3-mana 2/3 that generates a 1/1 upon entering the battlefield, which is really solid. I'll take that any day of the week. But it gets better. 2 generic, you can give a human you control lifelink until end of turn. And then if you can get your life total to 13, which is certainly reasonable when you can give humans lifelink, at the beginning of your end step, if you have exactly 13 life, you can pay 6 to flip this into a 6/6 flying trample lifelink. And then if you sack another creature, you draw a card. This card will be really interesting. Haven't seen this yet, haven't played with this card yet, but it looks pretty sweet. I'm excited to give it a try. I'm very interested on why we're just playing one copy, but it looks really good. Then we have 2 Lolth, another just very good card. Card advantage with the 0. We can draw cards with it. Very reminiscent of Ob Nixilis, in my opinion. And then the -3 generates 2 2/1s with reach, which will be good for defending itself. And then it also has the sweet clause. Whenever our creatures die, we add a loyalty to it. So it should be pretty good. We'll have to see. Languish, the cut for Meat Hook in Cube, you think? Again, personally, I think Languish is much better than Meat Hook. Well, maybe that is a fine cut, actually. I don't know. I'm not sold on Meat Hook in the Cube, Xiphon, but it's possible you're supposed to put it in there. I don't know. We might as well try it, I guess. I always really like the 4-mana sweepers. Languish is usually really clean, but we'll see what happens. Also, Living Death. You don't really want to cut Living Death, because if you cut Living Death, you kind of hurt the Reanimator archetype, because Living Death is sometimes a card that they want. So you'll notice this is all black-white cards. Why are we calling this Esper? Well, let's look at our mana base. We've got a good amount of blue sources. We've got 1 Desert Beach, 8 pathways that can generate blue, 3 Shipwreck Marsh, and so we have a potential 12 blue sources in our main deck. Why? Why are we doing that? Well, let's check out our sideboard here. Raja agrees with us that blue cards are very important in this metagame, especially 2-mana counter spells, because again, when everybody's trying to resolve 4, 5, 6-mana non-creature spells, being able to tempo them with blue counter spells is very good. So, let's kind of check out these blue cards here. We've got 4 copies in Negate. Raja's not messing around. He says, I'm countering stuff. I'm going to bring 4 of these in when it's good, and it's going to be good in a fair amount of matchups. 2 Test of Talents. I assume that's for the Epiphany decks. This card's just very good right now. Hitting Deluge with this is great. Hitting Expressive Iteration with this is great. Hitting Alrund's Epiphany is great. Many, many good things to hit with this in the format. We've got another copy of Blood Chief's Thirst. Now we're going to move away from the blue cards. Blood Chief's Thirst, just more good, clean, cheap removal. On that same token, 2 copies of Crippling Fear so we can sweep our opponent's things. We want this card because I believe most of our creatures are humans. A lot of them are humans. So we're trying to set up a one-sided Wrath with Crippling Fear. It's the same trick that rogues used to do in Standard. They would play Crippling Fear and then kill all the non-rogues. So it's basically just a 4-mana one-sided Wrath, kind of reminiscent of an overloaded Mizium Mortars in a way. So those should be pretty sweet against the aggressive decks. Another sweet card against aggressive decks is going to be Liesa, Forgotten Archangel. I've played against this card in Limited. I've played against it, I think, once in Standard, and the card is very, very good. A 4/5 flying lifelink is already a very good rate for a 5-mana creature. It's a legendary creature, so we can't have 2 at once, but that's fine. There are only 2 copies. And then it has this sweet little clause. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return that card to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. This card is sick. It's going to be really, really good against Old Growth Troll out of Mono Green, because if we kill Old Growth Troll, we'd like to exile it. And it's also going to just be good against Mono Green because it's a big lifelink flyer. So it should be pretty sweet, and we're gonna hopefully get it tested out. And then we've just got another removal spell in Power Word Kill. And our last card down here is a Skyclave Apparition. Okay, with that, that's kind of our deck review. Let's go ahead and get started. And I'm real quick going to move the webcam again for us. I think it's going to be better suited in that area there. Okay, let's rock and roll. How good is this Esper Aggro deck? We are about to find out. Taking on half. All right, we're on the play. It's a good start. This hand looks very good. Snarls can reveal this swamp. Curves very nicely. Definitely into this. Snarl. I guess there's no reason to reveal the swamp this turn, so I'm not gonna. Hey, Scooby Doofus, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Pikachu also appreciates it. Thanks a lot, man. Let's go ahead and play this Aspirant, put a counter on itself. So opponent leading on Ruins, they could still be a few different decks. Okay, well, now we know what they're doing. Just probably playing Blue-Red Epiphany. There are a few different flavors of that. They could either be on the Goldspan Dragon version or they could be on the more control-y version with like Burn Down the House. Usually decks don't play both. Sometimes they play both, but sure, Dragon's Fire here is fine. We're going to kind of see what in the world is going on here with this Spellbinder. I think I value the Spellbinder higher than the Legion Angel next turn, but it is close. There is some argument to just play the Cave here and then play the Angel next turn. Very close. Hey, Zyphon with the subscription. You are a superstar. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, man. I think actually maybe we do want to play this later. It'll give us more information. The one downside to playing this later, though, is my opponent could resolve an iteration here, which I don't love. I would like to take an iteration. And we are playing a 26-land deck. And if we don't hit a land, we're probably hitting another spell we can cast. This could be wrong. This is close, I think. I really don't want him to cast an iteration here. Yeah, I also don't want him casting this. So I guess I'm happy I made this decision. What does this do? So discard a card, then draw a card. Okay, that's kind of sick. And then enters the battlefield, exile, instant sorcery. Okay, so kind of just a big idiot, but we have Vanishing Verse for that. It does have Ward 2, which is annoying. I'm just going to take the spell that lines up well on curve here. We're not super worried about Malevolent Hermit in this deck. It's a little annoying, but okay. He's just going to discard a card. Sure. It's fine with me. I don't really get why they didn't discard the Malevolent Hermit, but means they're playing Opus. It could, yeah, I mean, it definitely could mean that. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, because that thing will be huge, huh? Okay. Makes a lot of sense. 4 mana, is it a 4 mana 10/10, or does it get half? Half, so it would be a 6/6, right? Because Opus is 8. Okay, just going to do this here. Yep. Sure. Okay. We don't really care about this. Definitely going to play our land. I'm just going to play it on black. There's no need for blue in game 1. The question here is how much do we want to respect a Goldspan Dragon? I don't think we want to respect it that much. I think we just want to keep getting on the board and attacking our opponent. Sure. Is he going to bounce it or something with it? Nope. With only blue mana, that's a interesting. I wonder if he had maybe, you know, maybe I shouldn't have played this other angel. He might have burned down the house, but I guess I couldn't really play down burn down there anyway. And this replaces itself, so whatever. Okay. It's fine by me. Fine by me. I'm definitely not going to play this one because of burn down the house. Honestly, if we drew a land, I would be tempted to just fire up the cave and hit for 11. Ooh, that's also a good draw, though. But he has 7 mana, so you could still burn it down. So I think the correct play here is just crash in with our angels, play the Raidane, and hold up the Vanishing Verse, I suppose. Deals with Dragon if he has Dragon. The tax on this means we won't get Epiphanied. Deals 3 to everything. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Yes. I can't do a ton about that. Interesting deck. I have not seen this version of blue-red yet, but it seems kind of cool. Okay. We're going to do this. And I think we're going to Aspirant and try putting a counter on the Legion Angel. That way, if he has another one of those, it's worse. I suppose, though, if he deals 2 damage to each creature, activate only as a sorcery, yeah, I'm definitely putting it here. Okay. Yep. Opponent could have a lot of good things here for sure. Kind of at the mercy of their draw step right now. Okay, doesn't look like they have anything too crazy. Hall of the... Ooh. Okay, so we can play this and kick that twice. That's pretty sick. Does not let me attack into the Hall, but what it does do is it's going to make the Angel a 2-turn clock by itself, and it's also going to be really good to throw the Maul on next turn. And we still just want to... I don't want to fire this up into an instant speed removal spell. He only has 2 cards. He clearly doesn't have a sweeper. He would have used it. So we're going to go with this. I guess they could have Opus here, couldn't they? That'd be disgusting. Although, I'm a little... I think they probably would have used it on our upkeep to tap our mana, but maybe not. Maybe, I mean, maybe they don't care. Because they can do some filthy stuff with Opus here. They can kill both our X1s, deal 2 to our face, tap our Angel. Yep, that's what's happening, isn't it? Yep, that's really unfortunate. But the good news is Opus is going to be really bad post-board, which our opponent might not realize. If they're smart, they'll recognize that us having blue sources is bad for them. And we'll probably cut a couple, but a lot of people don't do that. Sure, I'll take 4. Excuse me. Well, Maul is a 2-turn clock, so I think I'm just going to do that. And we kind of just need to pray that our opponent's hand is atrocious. Hall of the Storm Giants has Ward 3. It is monocolored, so I will be playing a land here so I can Vanishing Verse it if need be. If my opponent has another Opus, I'll concede. It was indeed very gross. It's very good. Can't imagine it being much worse, to be honest. It's really good for him. But whatever, here we are. I think they have another one, and we'll just concede to that. Yeah, they do have another one. Okay. That's fine. We have a lot of good stuff for this nonsense. This is why we play the blue. So we're going to bring in those 6 for sure. This card's kind of interesting. It's got a pretty nice toughness count. So, I'm pretty interested in it. Maul, I don't think we really need the evasion in this matchup with this deck. I'm not sure on Blood Chief's Thirst. They're probably playing Egg, but I don't know. I guess we already have better answers to Egg in this deck. Verse is going to be a clean answer to almost everything, which is really sweet for 2 mana. So that seems nice. What do you think of Jaren here? There's a battlefield. Dies. Lose 1 life. It's going to be kind of hard to set up the flip against a deck that doesn't even want to attack us until they've already pretty much won the game. So this seems probably not good. And I don't know that we want to invest a ton of mana into this card in this matchup either. I think this card's going to be a little better for a big mana creature investment. That could be incorrect, but I think that's what I'm going to try, and we're going to see how that works. We've got black, white. We don't have blue yet, but I think the hand is okay. So we'll give it a shot. Because I play the Snarls, I'm actually supposed to lead this on black. What up, Dustin? Yes, no, it is not something you usually hear. It's basically black-white aggro with just some counter spells in the sideboard. So the name is slightly misleading, but it's we're down a game right now against blue-red. Yep, that's fine. All right, we'd like a land. We play 26 in this deck, so Raja understands the importance of hitting his land drops, so he put 26 lands in here, and yet here we are, missing a land on turn 3. A little unfortunate for sure. Would really like a blue source at any time. Would be excellent. Okay, that's fine. It's a little annoying, to say the least. I think I'm just going to play this. So I'm assuming they don't have a removal if they let these triggers happen. So I believe I'm just going to go... Yeah, let's go both on here. It's fine. I think it was worth going for it with them letting me have the trigger. And that was the second copy of that too, so I'm not particularly interested in playing around that. A land drop would be very nice, specifically a blue land drop. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, damage. Seems good. Go ahead. If they have any sort of instant speed draw spell or whatever here, we're countering it. We're countering this Prismari command. Yep, nope. Get out of here. Would love to hit some lands. Foretell. So it's either going to be a Saw It Coming or a Demon Bolt. Man, our lands are really not being kind here. I guess this could be an Epiphany too. Although opponent probably should have cut like all the... You know what? It might be the draw spell too. That'd be the worst case scenario for me is draw spell here. And that might be what it is. It is, yeah. It could be a Demon Bolt, but Behold the Multiverse would be very poor for me. Creative Outburst, make a thing. Yeah, whatever, you got that. That's fine. If he has Goldspan, we have infinite answers to that, so... It's possible I should have boarded like one removal spell out and left in like something else. I might be a little too interactive, especially for being on the play. Okay, let's hope we can finish the match before doing that. Okay. Well, we're going to go to combat. Boom. Playing this card is pretty awkward right here because if this is an Epiphany that gives my opponent the window to just cast it, they're afraid of a counterspell right now, I think. So is them getting 2 1/1s and an extra turn, how bad would that be? I mean, it would be fairly annoying. I can put the counter, like I can use the Aspirin to put the counter here. But my opponent's on a pretty quick clock. Yeah, yep, I agree, Dustin. I think I left a little too much in for sure. 10 minutes available, disabling new match. Okay, that's fine. So we'll still be in this one, and then we'll see if we can update right away. I think I'm just going to pass and bluff counter. It's a really good read from my opponent there. Really good read. Very smart to not play into all the removal that I have in my hand. I'm going to pause here and just act like I have a disdainful stroke. Okay, we're going to let that resolve, even though we have nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has 5 mana. Sure thing. I'm going to try killing it with Grasp, because if he has some sort of counter effect, I'd rather this one get countered. Oh, God, this ward, it has ward. I forgot about the ward, too. Dude. Land drop, please. Land drop, please. Well, I guess we'll just keep doing this. Bruh. Yeah. Bruh, indeed. Not only are we not drawing lands, we're also not drawing any of our 5 counter spells that we still have in this deck. So, alright, well, my opponent finally played a threat, so that's cool. The issue now is, okay, well, I'm really happy they just didn't go for the Epiphany. I guess they didn't want to get countered, but honestly, it may have been worth just casting it because you get to hit me for 10, and then you generate another treasure, and I didn't have the counter anyway. He didn't know that, obviously, but again, we're going to go for the life loss one because if he has a counter spell, I'd rather him counter this than verse. For all I know, this could just be saw it coming. I mean, it's possible. Okay. Sure. Okay. It's pretty nice because now we can kill this thing if we need to. What becomes interesting now is if he attacks, do I just let him know I don't have a counter and just try killing his guy? I think that's going to be the line because my opponent is in a bad enough position now where they're probably just going to cast it anyway because they have to. They don't really have a chance. If this is like nothing and this is Epiphany, they just have to pray that I have nothing, which I don't. And I can't just take a 6-ball and let him take another turn with my life at 12. Yes, Dustin, that is magic sometimes, isn't it? All right. Yep. I'm going to let my opponent know I have nothing. Like I said, I think they would have cast it here anyway. Excuse me. The good news is I know this isn't an Opus, so I'm hoping this one isn't. Opus is going to be like unbeatable, but whatever. We can beat this Epiphany. If he chains Epiphanies, then we'll be in some trouble, but what can you do? Okay, that's a good start for me. He has a Hall of the Storm Giants, but it's not lethal yet. He's probably going to fire it up here and attack with just it. If he gets greedy and sends one bird, then I can try just killing the other bird and killing him, and that's definitely going to be my line. He also might just leave up the Hall as a blocker and try repping a trade, because I believe it has Ward 3. Yeah, it does. Would really love to draw either. I mean, a white source is one of my best draws in the deck. Drawing another negate would be very good too. Top 5 cards, 4, 5, 6. And he only gets to take one of them, I believe. One of them into your hand, the rest on the bottom. Okay. That seems all right. Mainly because he can't cast any of his devastating cards yet. He can't cast Opus here, and he can't cast Epiphany. Okay. Sure. Bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah. I think it's going to pay off fine for them because I can't find a land. Cannot find a land. So if they fire this up, which they obviously will do, then they send these two and that. How can I beat that card? I really need another white source, I'll tell you that much. I need to be able to double spell. I think this turn... Hey, Connor! Thank you so much. You're a superstar. The subscription, really appreciate it, man. I'm just going to go with this here because I think it's the most mana efficient play that I have available to me. This one could be useful later. I think this is definitely the worst card in my hand now, just in top deck mode, so... We're in a bad spot, though, for sure. If he can kill my guy, I'm dead. We just missed lands for way too long, which is really upsetting because... All right. It's fine. All right, 0-1. 0-1 with Esper Aggro. Back to low bottom diamond tier 4. All right. So I believe Arena needs an update. Let's real quick just check and make sure we... Oh, sorry. Can't get in another match. I don't think we can. Oh, I guess we can. All right. We must have finished before 10 minutes. Works for me. We'll do the update after this match. All right. This hand is very nice. Let's hope they're playing a creature deck. If they are playing a creature deck, this hand is excellent. I think mono green and mono white will both struggle badly with this hand. I think blue-red, obviously, depending on what version they're on. Hopefully they have an early egg so we can deal with it, but we'll deal with all that when we get there. I think here I'm just going to play the blue-white land. They definitely might not think I'm an aggro deck when I lead on this land. They probably would think I'm the blue-white Epiphany deck. And we are playing against mono green, so I think this hand's going to be really good. I'm just going to lead basic plains, I think, so they don't know about the black mana yet. There's no real reason to show them that. The only downside to playing this plains is if I draw a Snarl, it comes in tapped. But with the way my hand is, if I draw a Snarl, it's not going to be punishing anyway. So I think this is fine. Yep, that's a Wolfman. That's a Wolfman. So I'm going to play one of these just for tempo. It's also the most mana efficient play. I'm going to play this on black because, again, we don't need blue mana. The Bright Climb pathway is the best land in my hand by a lot because it taps for both my main colors. We're just going to put another counter on. You know, that's actually kind of interesting. Putting it, if I load a bunch of counters here and just make this impossible to interact with, that's kind of good. But that takes a long time to set up, so let's just get in the most possible damage. A brutal Cathar. He's a brutal, brutal man. It's fine. So if they have the fight spell here, it's obviously going to be good. Okay, what does this do? Sack it? Why are that's kind of a interesting addition to the deck. Don't think I've seen this one yet. I guess it's a 1-drop. So that's something. It seems probably worse than Jaspera Sentinel, though. I don't know. What do I know? All right, there's a Snarl. Pretty good turn to get it down, actually, because I probably am just going to Cathar my opponent again and take their token. In fact, I'm certainly going to do that, I think. Goodbye. Because both my Cathars are just such lightning rods for removal, I'm just going to keep throwing counters on this Aspirant. Weird. I wonder what they would be ramping now that Henge... Yeah, I have no idea, man. I assume they're just playing it as a 1-drop that has some utility, but it seems honestly really bad. I mean, Connor, you've played mono green. This card seems really bad, right? Or am I missing something? Is this card actually just the tech? It seems weak to me. I guess one thing it lets you do that's kind of sweet is it lets you Chariot on turn 3. Yep. Dustin, you and I came to the exact same conclusion there. I'm going to no block. I could offer the trade here, but I'm just going to do day-night shenanigans with this Vanishing Verse. I'm going to pass the turn, flip these over, and then try double spelling on the next turn. Devouring. Why in the world would you kill that one? Yep, I agree, opponent. Oops. All right, this time I'm going to put a counter here because if he fights with it, yeah. Hey, Meta Marty, thanks for joining. Thanks for raiding. Really appreciate it, man. All right, we're up a game against Mono Green. We're going to bring these in. Crippling Fear seems kind of sick because we're a bunch of humans, and I think they... Well, I guess they have a fair amount of humans too, but I still think this card will be okay. Could be wrong. I've found that Meta Marty with the follow. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. I and Pikachu both appreciate it. Anyway, we're going to bring in these good removal spells here. Kenny, thank you with the follow. Thank you very much. I've noticed in the control decks that sweepers are actually pretty weak against mono green. And funny enough, if you've been paying attention on Twitter, I believe Andre Strosky was the pro that was cutting Burn Down the House against mono green, and then Zan Syed called him out and said it was terrible. And I think that's some of what people are freaking out about on Twitter right now. But I agree with Strosky. I've been pretty down on sweepers against mono green and control decks. Now, in an aggressive deck, it might be a little different, so we're going to give it a try because it's a very different approach to the matchup. But I do not like tapping out against mono green when I'm playing control at all. They have way too many punishes. Okay, so we need to figure out what we're going to cut. I really have no idea when this card is good. And it's just a one of in the deck. Maybe I'll leave it in here. I'm not sure. This flies, which is good. I'm just going to kind of... I think these are weak just because of how much mana I have to invest into them. Lulth seems pretty good. 3 more cuts. I don't like that here very much. It's kind of a strange approach. This might be poor, but we're going to do that. Meat Hook seems good in this deck. It might be. Press that follow button only to write that I never follow guys who set followers only chat. Unsubscribe. Well, I'm sorry about that. I'm not the one who set that, to be fair. Larry Fields set that, so if you have a complaint, I'll relay the message for him. But if you want to, you know, cuss him out or whatever, feel free. Yeah. Okay, we don't have lands. This hand's terrible. Man, oh man. I mean, I'm going to keep this hand for sure because we have some pretty good cards, and we're already down to 6. But we definitely want to draw lands. I think I'm going to bottom... I think I would rather have 2 Silver Quills than a Maul with this hand, especially on the draw. It's possible I was supposed to cut Mauls on the draw and have them in on the play. In fact, I think that's definitely what I was supposed to do, so I guess we'll correct half of my mistake there and just put that card on the bottom. Okay, that's a really nice draw. Yep, you got it. Let's lead here. All right, thanks a lot, man. All right, Ranger class, pretty good, pretty good. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do with Silver Quill Silencers, I'm going to name Blizzard Brawl, because that is going to be one of the more annoying cards in this game. I could also name Snakeskin Veil, but I really don't want him Blizzard Brawling these. I guess currently he only has 1 snow permanent, which is worth noting. Yeah. Yeah, that update might take a second. We'll, but fortunately we get to finish this match first. We'll figure it out from there. We're going to play this, and we're going to... like I said, I think I'm supposed to name Blizzard Brawl. There it is. Blizzard Brawl, done. Opponent would not brawl this turn anyway, but we're still going to name it. Because their guy would die. Because they don't get indestructible. Because they don't have snow permanents. We did see this card game 1, but I'm not naming that. I'm not naming that. Pretty sure I'm not supposed to. All right, this was a really nice draw because it just deals with this permanently. And then when I flip it back later, it will do its thing. Now, I may play this because this will make any Snow Forests or a Haven come in tapped. It also means no matter what land he draws, he can't Chariot me here. So I actually like this. We'll do this later. Yeah. Me plays event too much. It's standard. Which Thalia? Why not Thalia then? Yeah. I love me some Thalia. Thalia is a sweet, sweet card. No blocks. Okay. I could play this, but that's really weak to Snakeskin Veil, so I think I'm going to do this to clear the way and kind of see what my opponent's doing. I can figure out if they have the Veil this way. Okay. Well, this card is basically uncastable at the moment. So I'm going to take this because this one is definitely the most annoying card in his hand. Although, funny enough, it does give me the option to Brutal Cathar lands if he uses the kick. But I still think that's kind of weak. There's some argument to take this, I guess, too. But the reason to take this if he draws another 2-drop, this is going to enter tapped. This is many turns away with a Raidane in play. So I think I'm just going to take this. Crash in for 2. Back to 20. Really need my opponent to not draw a kill spell for the Raidane. If they can't answer this Raidane, it's going to wreak a lot of havoc in this game. All these lands entering tapped is really good. It means that I'm surprised they played this instead of the Haven. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe they forgot their land was snow or something. I'm not sure. Weird play. I'm going to play this. It's weird because he's just showing me that he drew that. So, okay, here we are missing lands again. But I think our hand is good enough that we're going to be okay. I'm going to play this here because if my opponent doesn't just cast this card, now they're probably just going to cast this card, but this kind of forces them into it or they make it night. It also is just a great time to eat this. So we're going to do that, I think. Next turn, I can Silencer Thirst if he does screw up and make it night, and that'll let me make it day again to flip this again to take whatever else I want to take. See you later. Hit you for 5. And we're racing right now. We're fine with this. I'm not trying to trade this for a 3-3. I guess a 4-4, so I couldn't trade it anyway. Yep. Just no fight spell, opponent, please. If you could be so kind as to not draw a fight spell. That is what I need you to not draw. Okay. No blocks. I assume he just has to play the Primal Adversary here. I don't think he has much of a choice. Sure. Sure. Really unfortunate that's not a white source, but whatever. This turn we weren't going to do a ton with that anyway, so... Now the real question is, what am I supposed to name with this? Do I just name the Wren because I know about it, or do I name a card that he could draw? He can't cast this spell this turn anyway, so I'm a little bit tempted to just name something else. Let's see. I don't think I can beat a Blizzard Brawl if he draws it anyway, to be quite honest, so I don't know that I'm going to name that. I might just name another one of these, honestly. This still has 3 more of those. I could, I guess, name, like, Mammoth, but then he'd just play it as a land anyway. I could name Chariot, and you know what? I'm going to name Chariot, because he can actually cast that now. He hasn't been able to cast that the last few turns, so... I think we can beat a Chariot. It's going to be hard, but I think we can beat it at least. Boom, boom. The Silver Quill's really nice here, too, because I have a couple interesting lines. I can either double block the adversary with my 2 creatures on the ground, or I can single block the Haven with the Silver Quill and just trade it. Now, he might put a counter over there, but then I get to trade with the adversary, which is equally as good for me. And cutting him off a mana means he still won't be able to cast Ren next turn. Okay, so he's gonna... How do we want to do this? My opponent has not cast a spell. That's worth noting. We get to flip this to Knight, which makes it a 3/3. I think this gives me the best chance to win the game. So let's do this. Opponent's on a 2-turn clock in the air. Are you kidding? That's annoying. The 2-drop I did not name. Shucks. Well, this having trample means, let's see, 6 toughness, that I'm dead. My opponent technically doesn't know I'm dead, but they have no choice. They're going to have to force me into blocking, and they'll do that. So there's no reason for me to even bluff anything here. Let's just go to another game. Thank you very much for the follow, Annie123. Appreciate that. All right. On the play, I'm going to get more aggressive. I want those back. It's a little slow. I'm going to get that out of here. Like I said earlier, I think sweepers are overrated against mono green. I think mono green has so many punishing plays after you tap. Now, I didn't bring the counter spells in here. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to. The negates are definitely interesting. Maybe they're supposed to come in, maybe they're not. But when you're playing a counter spell deck, when you're playing control like I was a few days ago, tapping out for control is horrendous against mono green because they play roughly 6 to 7 man lands in their deck, so they can just fire those up and pound you afterwards. And they also just have so many good cards to resolve when you tap out, such as a Seeker's Chariot and Ren 7. So it's very bad to tap out against mono green. I board out Spellbinder in this matchup. Crippling Fear is very good. Okay, fair enough, Raja. We'll give it a try. Like I said, this is not... What do you leave the Jaren in too, Raja? I have no idea when I'm supposed to leave this card in or not. It's a one of, which is it's a sweet one of, but I don't know when we're supposed to leave it in, if it's good. We haven't really seen it in action yet. Hey, handsome doesn't necessarily mean smart. Teddy. All right, we'll cut Spellbinders. I'm fine with that. Personally, I like it on the play, but tell that to Albert Einstein. What a stud. The deck building of a handsome man. Oh, boy. So, all right. I'm going to leave these in, Raja. I think this is good on the play. Maybe Intrepid's better, but... I mean, this hand's sick. Bring back Adversary and 1 Lulf. All right, well, I saw that a little too late. Sorry, Raja. We're doing Spellbinders. I'd bone Einstein. Good lord. All right. Doesn't really matter. We're going to do this. I suppose Swamp bluffs like Lash of Malice or whatever. Most people aren't going to play around that anyway, but... Einstein was the best deck builder. He probably would have been a pretty good deck builder. I believe that. Probably would have been pretty good at building decks. Okay. That's sick. We're going to play that on black. Okay. This is pretty interesting. Very interesting. If I play this, I get the counters going. I think I want to do that. It just maximizes this. Yeah, I know, Raja. I've mentioned that a few times, actually, when you weren't here, about holding basics for Snarl. Those god-awful lands. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just got to play some snarls in your deck. Okay. It is daytime. We're going to Spellbinder here and see what our opponent is doing. Play this on white. Next turn we potentially get to double spell, although I might just play the Brutal Cathar. We're going to do this here, though. This is going to make these silencers disgusting. All right, he has 2 Primal Adversaries. This is the only... His hand... What was this keep? This is a just horrendous hand. Well, I'm taking Veil because we're just going to double Silver Quill on Adversary, so... Wild keep from my opponent here. We're going to go here and we're going to attack. Blizzard Brawl and Chariot. Yeah, those are actually the 2 cards I've named so far, Raja. So good to see that I'm doing what I'm supposed to. Wow. Yeah, no, I agree. What in the world did my opponent keep? Yeah, no blocks, dude. I think we're just going to double Silencer on Primal Adversary and just kind of put my opponent out of this game. And we can just Brutal Cathar next turn on the 3/3. He can't even draw a card with this yet because the other creature's only a 2/2. We're going to get to Crash for 7. Yeah, this is definitely double Silencer named Primal Adversary. Essentially make him uncastable because he takes 6. Boom. Okay. Yep, we're going to put the counter here and deliver the beat stick. Yeah, that might generally be one of the worst hands from Mono Green I've ever seen. Just unbelievable keep from our opponent. All right, well, we'll take the win. That's nice. I think we have to update Arena now. So let's see what happens with that. Hopefully that doesn't take too long. Game 3 isn't where you get greedy. No, man, no, it's definitely not. Mulligan your hand when it is that bad. That was just insane. It was one of the most unplayable hands ever. I guess, I mean, they kept a 2-lander on the draw, but they didn't even have, like, good 2s. They didn't even have the 2 best 2-drops in their deck. Like, they didn't have Ranger Class or the Wolf. They kept that stupid, the 2/2 that blows up enchantments and artifacts, and we didn't even have anything. Thank you very much for the follow, CS Midi. Pikachu and I approve. All right, it's just real quick, just see. They're not going to let me in, I think. Network error, yeah, that makes sense. Marino the One. Thank you very much for the follow. Pikachu and I appreciate you. All right. So, let's exit out of Arena here. And give me a second here. We're going to try firing this back up. Yes, I would like to let this application make changes. Legacy Burn is always the right deck. Dude, we are gonna go back to Legacy Burn and we are gonna rework the hell out of that deck. Goblin Guide actually feels terrible in Legacy to me. Maybe, I mean, it's probably always been terrible because it's a brainstorm format. But letting people brainstorm and just get their land drops, the number of times Larry and I did not attack with Goblin Guide last night in that stream was disgusting. We're going to be cutting that card for DRC or Ragavan, and honestly, we're probably going to try both in a burn variation. We're also going to try and make a 60-card version of Death and Taxes tonight because Larry and I are both kind of on the train that 60 is probably better than 80 in an Aether Vial, Thalia, Guardian of Thraben deck and Legacy. And I think I'm also going to advocate for putting Esper Sentinel in that deck. Esper Sentinel seems really good in Legacy to me. And D&T decks are not playing it, and that seems not great to me. But I don't play that much Legacy, but that's kind of just me spitballing. I at least want to try it. So we're gonna kind of do some stuff, and I think we're planning to do that tonight actually, because Larry has tomorrow off, so we're gonna be streaming tonight again. Kenny Roberts, I can help you with that deck. Heck yeah, dude. You come right on when we're doing the stream then, because we would love the input. We would love the input. Like I said, I don't play that much Legacy, although I'm starting to delve into it now because the NRG series does a really good job of pushing Legacy, which is very good. Legacy is a sweet format, and for a while there, it kind of felt like a dying format, and maybe it kind of still is, but NRG at least making it relevant is really nice. Andrew is like our best Legacy player on the team, Andrew Wolfice. He's top eighted a few of the NRG things. He like pretty much created ninjas almost. Like that deck was not a deck, and then he started playing it and winning with it. I don't know if he like created the whole thing, but he was one of the first players to start having success with blue black ninjas, which was really cool. All right, so we're about a quarter of the way through the download for those watching. So should be appreciate everyone hanging out and still waiting through it. I know it's not the most exciting, just looking at my childhood bedroom and my old ass box TV, my trash ridden bed over there, but appreciate you all hanging out and staying with me. Jeopardy music. Yeah. Well, I got ninjas for you this weekend. Well, I'm playing standard this weekend. In fact, I might even, I think I might stream the Arena Open this weekend as well. Andrew, someone's going to have to show me how to put my stream on a delay or whatever if I do that, though, for sure. I definitely don't want to be streaming live in a competitive kind of event just in case someone wanted to hop in the stream, But what format are you playing for NRG next weekend? I hope to play both. It's a Saturday, Sunday weekend. Saturday is Modern. Sunday is Legacy. Modern, I'm playing Elementals. The deck is really, really good, and I think I'm pretty good with it. And that's a lot of the reason I want to play it. It's also just very much my style of deck. I really love creature value decks, and it just provides me with a ton of decisions. And when I play Magic, I really like having a lot of decisions. So I really love Elementals. I think it's a very good deck. I think it's an underplayed deck, and I think it's an underrated deck, which I think is another reason to play it, is because it doesn't get the amount of respect it deserves. So a lot of people don't test against it enough and don't understand what they need to prioritize in the matchup, how they need to play the matchup, things like that. And then in Legacy, I have no idea, honestly, what I'll play. I know, Andrew, are you going to that event? I think Andrew's going to that event, but maybe Andrew will have an extra deck for me. Maybe I'll just play ninjas. Maybe I'll play D&T. We have a guy on the team who has D&T, although he's going to the event. Nate Cainstay is going to the event, and he has elves and D&T, and he can use cards from both to make Maverick. And he's not 100% sure what he wants to play right now. He was thinking he was going to play elves, but I think he's playing Maverick at an event this weekend that we have in Michigan going on. And he's playing Maverick because he initially thought elves was really good against the blue decks, but then he started testing against me and Andrew and some of the other guys on the team, and he's not super confident against the blue decks anymore. So he's defaulting to Maverick, which is one of his favorite decks in Legacy, which is kind of what happens a lot in Legacy, right? People just love people oftentimes will default to their like pet deck. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that's ultimately why he's going with Maverick. Is it's one of his favorite decks. Hey, Dustin, thanks a lot, man. Thank you very much for that. But as to what I'll be playing, I mean, it'll kind of just be whatever I can get. Like I said, I don't play a ton of Legacy, so it's unlikely I'll do super well at the event anyway, but I still want to play. I'm just trying to learn right now, just trying to get better. At some point here, I'll start streaming Legacy occasionally too. I'm not the best manning Moto right now. I'll have to get better at that for sure. And I'll probably honestly start when we're not streaming. I'll probably go and start jamming leagues and stuff on my own so I can just kind of learn. I will say, though, part of the reason I had problems with Moto in the past is I've always used a laptop and a trackpad, which is horrendous for going around the screen and clicking. Now I have a mouse. I have an actual computer set up, and I'm hopefully more prepared to actually play some Magic Online. Very cool. I thought it was team next weekend. Nope, I think the team one is next month, the weekend after the big Vegas event. I'm pretty sure it is the weekend after the big Vegas event. That one is going to be team. I am probably also playing Modern in that one, although we're not 100% sure. Noah Huizinga will be playing Limited, probably, sealed. And then Larry will be our Legacy seat. And Larry also is not sure what he's going to play yet. Again, if I play Modern, it will almost 100% be Elementals. I think I'm going to play Elementals at every big Modern event for a while. The only way I would change that is if Dress Down Shadow got really, really popular, because that has been one of my hardest matchups so far. Even harder, I think, than like Tron, which a lot of people... Canister was saying that like Tron is one of Elemental's worst matchups, and it's definitely a very hard matchup. Don't get me wrong; I'm not favored against Tron, but fortunately, Tron's not that popular, and I literally think that the shadow decks are even rougher than that. For those that are still with us here, we're about 75% through. We're getting there. Thanks for hanging out and listening to me flap my jaws a little bit here. We can also get our hands on some taxes for you if you want that for Legacy. Sold the Cradles. No more elves for Scooby Doofus. That's fair. Yeah, Cradles are ungodly expensive, right? I don't know what the price tag on them are. Do you? I guess I could look it up real quick, but aren't they like multiple hundreds? Just something insane. Who's our third? Noah Huizinga. He is he's the Tron player who top-8'd the 2K. He's also on our team. He's playing Limited with us. $900. Good Lord. That is half of what I spent to get all this computer set up. So that is unreal, man. Unreal. A play set, so that means a play set of those is literally twice as much as like a brand new computer system, new desk chair. It's unreal, dude. That's disgusting. Sold a play set for 1K. Now they're close to that individually. Ugh. Yeah, that sucks, man. That's a bummer. I just ran into a ruined crab and ranked. Yeah, I think Corey Baumeister was talking about, I think he was streaming Blue Red Mill or something yesterday. I saw that on Twitter. So elves probably cost about as much as a used car. Yeah, pretty much. That's insane, dude. Sick. It's disgusting. I mean, any of the big three duels are, yeah, it's just so crazy, man. Legacy... The price of entry into Legacy, that's part of the reason it's considered like a dying format, right? Is people can't get into it. It's not attainable. People don't, especially Magic players, man. Like most Magic players don't have that much money to begin with. Like, yeah, I don't know. For the Swish members that are on this stream right now, by the way, I really think if we want to try to push those Sunday Legacy events, for this same reason that we're talking about right now, we should probably just honestly make it all proxy. I don't think there's any reason to not just let people show up and play proxy cards. And I can't imagine Galactic would care. I mean, maybe they would, but I was a vintage player when I played Paper. Oh, baby. How much money are those decks? Proxy. I mean, you have to, right? Like people aren't going to show up if we're trying to promote this stuff, promote the events, promote playing the format, and get good content for people. I feel like it might be a good call to just do all proxies. A lot of people would probably show up to that if they don't have to have their own cards. Good luck this weekend, SCG. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zarni. Really appreciate you. A deck is like 5K. Yeah, it is. Yeah, almost all the top decks are just absurdly, stupidly expensive. It's just disgusting. You decide on Burn. Nope. I'm not going to play Burn in anything, I don't think. I don't think it's a bad deck. It's just not what I am going to play in anything. Now, we are going to stream some more Burn tonight. Larry and I are going to, and it's going to be Legacy Burn. We're going to go through and kind of rework that archetype. I think there are a lot of medium to bad cards in that deck that people just aren't changing because people, A, don't test that format that much, and B, just want to copy what everyone else does. Raja can attest to what I'm talking about right now because he was telling me a few weeks ago at one of the 2Ks how Shark Typhoon is basically completely unplayable in modern control decks, and yet everyone's just playing them because that's what I guess Wafo Tapa and Yellow Hat are doing online, and everyone just goes and copies, even though Raja thought they were super unexciting. And I agree that when I tested the deck, it felt pretty garbage too. You just don't have time to cycle that card for any real amount of value, and a 2-mana draw card is egregious. It's not playable. Think Twice isn't playable. Why would that be playable, you know? 6K now, most likely. I had a beta set of the Power 9 and a beta set of Duels. All the staples. I also started playing in 96, so the cards were cheaper back then. Yeah, jeez, man. That is nuts. Completely nuts. For those that just joined, I see a few more people just joined. We've got maybe another minute. We're doing the download for Arena right now. We're 0.17 gigabytes away. So it'll be back any second. So hang tight. Appreciate you guys. Or you playing pet deck? Yeah, I'm definitely playing elementals in modern. Playing the elementals. I'm gonna keep playing the elementals until I think it's a bad deck in the format, honestly, and I do not feel that way right now. I think it's still a very good deck, and so I'm gonna keep playing it. The only downside to it is, especially if I play blue-black in standard at like the SCG event, the invitational coming up, playing elementals and blue-black control sounds really rough because I'm going to go nearly to time in both formats in almost every match, every round. So I'm going to be very mentally exhausted. So it's possible I'll end up playing something else in one of those formats. Okay, give me a second here. Let's see, let me go edit. I've got my arena up, but we're not seeing it yet. So let me see. I got to fix that real quick. So hold on. Game capture. MTG arena. Capture specific window. Done. Let's do this. I'm going to log out of it. And I'm going to open it back up one more time. Maybe the download screwed it up. Give me 1 second here. There we go. And let me transition this over. Assuming that's not... Oh, no, we're good. Can you all see? I assume you can. Looks good on my end. Yeah, the problem with Typhoon is that if you don't play it, you're disadvantaged in the mirror. That makes sense. So I ended up playing 2 in the board last 2K very reluctantly. Fair enough, Raja. Fair enough. I remember you telling me a little bit about that as well. All right. We're going to hop back in. Let me update the record. We're 0-1 right now with Esper Aggro. Record 0-1. All right. Let's get in there and get a win. Or actually, I'm lying to you. We're 1-1. We're 1-1. We beat Mono Green. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? We've played 2 matches. All right, 1-1. We're going for that winning record. Traditional standard ranked. Let's see if we can hit Mythic with this Esper Aggro deck today. We're going to have to get on a pretty hot run. But I suppose it's possible. Hopefully you didn't need to craft too many cards to play the Esper deck. I needed to craft 6 rares and 2 mythics. Not too bad. I had only 1 copy of Vanishing Verse, which honestly, Vanishing Verse might end up being a very playable card in Standard through its lifetime, so it's not bad to own that card at all. I'm totally fine crafting stuff for the decks that we're playing on stream, obviously. Wait, aren't you? I'm 1-0 while you've been here, Raja. We lost to Blue-Red when you weren't here. I got stuck on 3 lands in game 2. And I never drew a land. I drew 1 counterspell, drew a bunch of 5s. I didn't watch the first match. Yeah. We're going to play. Well, this is what happens when Raja puts 26 lands in a deck for me. We open 0 landers. All right, here we go. It's much better. much, much better. We're blind here. I think we're just going to get rid of the Maul. Kind of cool that we have this in our hand. We're going to get to see how good this card is, potentially. We already have flyers, so there's not a huge reason for them all. We need to hold the basic. I'm going to play the blue land because that land does not need to be blue, game 1. And it also might not let my opponent know what I'm playing. Okay, we're going to play this. Excuse me. Okay. All right, so we're going to keep holding this in case we go out draw a Snarl. I think I want to see what is going on over there, so I'm going to play this. What are you doing, opponent? Yep, all this, of course. We're going to leave this because we can just deal with that later. I'm not super concerned about this. We have a few answers to this. It's a little awkward that Vanishing Verse doesn't hit this, though. We can technically answer it with this, but it's not a great answer. I'm going to take the Divide by 0, I think, with the way our hand is. I don't want him to have 2 of these in a row. It seems pretty annoying. So, yeah, we're going to take the Divide. Not sure if that was correct. Raja, if you disagree with it, you can chew me out in chat. But personally, it's, I think, what I was supposed to do. I'm going to play this. And the reason I'm going to play this is I'd rather him not know I have this. He's going to divide here no matter what I do anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Sure. But this just conserves a little more information, I think. This card's more important to me, so I'd rather him not be aware. What did he get? Sure. Seems fine. Annoying if he gets there, but this will be really good at dealing with tokens, so... Now, obviously, he might just slam that on 6, but... Okay. Now, 2 unknowns. There's some real argument here to actually just double spell and play the Jaren into the Aspirant and then put a counter on the Spellbinder. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think it's fine. There's an argument for Blood Chief's Thirst making him tap out harder during his turn, but it's close. Yeah, I agree. There were a lot of interesting ones. I could have taken the Xanathar too, just to make it like just so uncast, just 8 mana. Because we don't currently have a great answer to it, because if this gets killed, he gets it back. But the good news is, if he kills this, he doesn't get to control our turn on that first turn, because it happens on the upkeep. Yeah, I think I like double spell here, though. We're going to play the one he knows about, and then we're going to play Aspirant and put a counter on the binder. Sure. Spellbinder. Let's try getting in there. Kill spell. I see. His plan is to divide that. The 5 mana divide that we know he has an exile, which is fine. Blood Chief's Thirst here. Okay, I don't understand this play in the slightest. Not holding up divide there for the Spellbinder that can take the Xanathar or the Exhibition. Just a really loose play. I am going to take this because I don't want him playing Xanathar right now, really, at all. Or is it the Exhibition? I guess with the way his hand is, there's some argument to... No, we're going to take Xanathar. Don't want him to do anything this turn. That card seems incredibly annoying. We're going to put the counter on the token. Well, with the bans, I'm not going up to... I'm not up to 25 rare wilds. That's fair. There are quite a few rares in this deck, for sure. A lot of rares and a lot of colors. No. The bands are not up to... Sure. Yep. We're just going to go to combat here. I kind of want to bait a divide by 0 on the Spellbinder, so because I have another one in my hand that I can just play, and then I can get that Mascot Exhibition as well. So we're going to see if my opponent gets a little greedy with this divide. Yep, they're getting greedy, and that's what we need. We need a little bit of greed. Please hit my Aspirant. Why would you hit my Aspirant right now? Okay. Okay. This, let's see, red and white, white and black, blue and red. So Verse is actually not going to have text against those, which is annoying. But it is what it is. Vanish Verse looks embarrassing here. Yeah, no, it does. I know it does. I talked about earlier when you weren't here as well how Vanishing Verse is actually kind of weak against blue-black specifically. But other than blue-black, I mean, it's just such a clean card. Such a clean card. All right, so I don't even know necessarily what I'm supposed to do. Leaving up Verse, I guess, could be relevant. Let's play this, whatever. He'll divide this by 0. But I'm not going to do nothing. That'd be worse. That'd be much worse, because then he would just divide this. We're still in an okay position. The flyer only has 2 power, right? So if we put another counter here, he's going to be in an awkward spot to this card, and I can just eat the flyer with this anyway. Go. The Teachings. Okay, what is this? Divination, right? It has more cards than you. How good is that? I think it might be best to just play it as a 3-1 here. I think I'm just going to play the Cathar, eat If I eat the 4/4, I get to send my 2/2 in. So I think I like that. And then that's going to make the adversary much better too. So we're going to go with this. Get out of my way. Combat. Counter on this flyer. Send. Send. Seems clean. Sure. Sure. This is all fine. We just need to dodge a sweeper. But I think I do need to play this to be able to go wide around. Let's see. If he played a land and played this. The problem with not playing this is I'm weak to a 1-mana removal spell, so we're just going to hope he doesn't have a sweep. I don't even know how many sweepers they play. And even if they have a sweeper, we'll still get to follow up with Legion. Get a Legion, Legion, get a Legion, have a manland. Although he has a field, so the manland's pretty irrelevant if he doesn't tap out. But I mean, I guess he has to tap a fair amount of mana to do things, so we'll just kind of see what happens. Yep, there's that 1-for-1 removal spell. Okay. Well, we have lethal right now. I guess putting the counter here maximizes damage. So that's probably going to be my line. He has 3 mana. So he could, like, divide or something, I suppose. Nope, he's just dead. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Completely dead card in our hand and win the game anyway. That's how I like to play games. All right. We're going to bring in a good removal spell for his cards, which is Power Word Kill. We're going to cut this thing that literally removes nothing. Funny enough, yeah, this doesn't even remove the Celestius, which I think they're playing as well, probably. But we get all these sweet counter spells, so who cares? We're going to bring these in. We're going to bring in this Shade. Shade seems sick. This card's interesting, but it's so weak to like divide by 0 and 2-mana removal that I don't think we want it. It's kind of my initial thoughts. I actually like Brutal Cathar in this matchup quite a bit. They have a lot of like random tokens that we can eat, and obviously it can hit Xanathar, which is good. Maul the Skyclave seems probably not great to me. That's going to be a cut. Blood Chief's Thirst seems awful. I mean, it's not awful, but 4 mana kill a Xanathar is pretty weak. Maybe 4 mana kill a Xanathar is better than Brutal Cathar, though. Could be. Could be. You know what? Actually, yeah. I think it is. Yeah, board out Cathar. Yep, that's the conclusion I just came to as well, Raja. The rest of this looks pretty clean, though, to me. So I think I'm going to run this. Looks nice. This is why we're calling the deck Esper Aggro, for those who may have just joined. We've got 6 counter spells on the board. So it's a little bit of a lie. It's black-white, mainly, but we do have some blue cards. Yeah, looks good to me. Okay. A little annoying. We would enjoy drawing lands a lot. Oh boy. All right, well, I'm going to play this, and I think I just name a removal spell here. I think I'm going to name Infernal Grasp. Power Word Kill's a fine name as well. Guess I have to put Infernal first. Right. Infernal Grasp. The tricky part is sequencing lands when you board in the counter spells. Yeah. It'd be nice if I could draw lands, period. It's kind of difficult to sequence lands when you don't draw any lands. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. You got it, don't you, opponent? I know you have it. Kill my guy. Do it. Oh, Fading Hope. Whatever. It's fine. That card is not good against these decks. All right, I would like a land. I would like a land. How about a second Lolth? Lolth number 2. That is exactly what I wanted to see. Well, we're going to name the same card, I think. I actually could name Divide by 0, too, but if he had Divide, I can't imagine he lets it resolve, right? Wouldn't you just divide with it on the stack? So I'm going to name Infernal Grasp again. Yeah, I know, Raja. It is your fault for only playing 26 lands in your aggro deck. I've literally talked about multiple times how you play 26 lands and how it's a very disciplined decision. Oh, look, a tap land. How good is that, huh? Well, we're just going to play this as a threat because I need to keep getting on the board. Yeah, of course. Probably going to lose this game. We would have loved to test the talents for that card, but here we are choking on mana. Yep. Yep, there's that. Fine. Okay. Still no blue mana, but I'm not going to whine and complain with a land that can cast these 2 Lolths. We are going to play the land first, so I can't get Dwari Disruption, although Dwari Disruption will still be very good against Lolth. But we'll know about it with this. Classic had the Grasp. Creature or Planeswalker with the highest, so it, I guess, should be this. This card's going to be the most annoying of all these. Verdict. Verdict does deal with the whole board right now, but it's not even that good. So I don't know. Maybe I take the Verdict. We do have a little bit of pressure right now. Yeah, I'm going to take this. The Soul Shatter is good if it's 5 mana or 3 mana, so. The thing is, too, I have 2 Lolths, so the Soul Shatters, yeah, and he just used it here anyway, which is excellent for me. Hopefully he just plays his Lair. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll kill that. That's fine. Oh, nice, a tap land. That's not that bad though, honestly. I'm not that sad about it. Get out of my way. I am pretty sad that we can't counter anything with this test once he resolves Liar, but here we are. Really? Okay. I guess they wanted to leave up Grasp. I'm fine with that. Combat. I'm going to definitely offer this trade. I'm A-okay with this trade. 3. Sure. And I believe we're just going to jam this and make idiots. Seems pretty good to me. Lolth, please. We might need to board in more removal. Yes, with the way our opponent has boarded, I agree. Vanishing Verse actually looks acceptable again. They've shown us a lot of cards that, sure, that's fine. Make 2 idiots, go. 2 idiots, please. All the blue-black players are playing a bunch of threats nowadays. They are. We didn't know for sure exactly what... I mean, it looks like this is just pretty much the Jim Davis deck, so... This card's a huge issue, not being able to counter things is problematic, to say the least. I'm going to chump here so we can get a card draw off the Lulf, I think. Okay, let's draw a card. Classic, just no lands ever. Wouldn't be able to cast Counterspell if I wanted to. 16 cards deep, no blue. Play 12 sources. Well, huh. Play Raiden. I think I'm going to name Power Word Kill on this because he can flash that back. That's the best card there. Okay. Fading Hope twice. That's brutal. Yeah. If we don't draw a removal spell for this liar, we are just major screwed. Him having flashback with all these cards is gross. That's alright. We'll bring in more removal. We'll be better suited for this in post-board games. Sure. Yep. Brutal Cathar is probably okay too, honestly. Hey, look, blue mana, amazing. Not particularly useful. Part of me just wants to concede this game, just to conserve our time. I don't really think we're going to be able to get out of this with him being able to flash all this back. Still having a Deluge is really gross. Still has a Shadow's Verdict, just has tons of things going on. Maybe we can fight through, though. I guess we'll keep playing for a little while. It's not completely unwinnable yet. I guess I don't care if he verdicts, because that'll kill this. So let's go ahead and do this. I'd like to see what's up. What's that last card? Hey. Yep. Pretty good. Pretty good. This is the most mana efficient play. So I might do this. You can just kill it, so it's kind of whatever, though. Let's do this. Probably a little better. Probably the most reliable removal. Yeah, that should definitely come in. Another copy. I think I'm going to bring in a couple verses as well, though. We'll talk through it in a second. Sure. Wait, can they flash things back on my turn, too? Oh, gimme. Oh, you can just do it multiple times. I didn't even realize that. It's disgusting. I mean, I guess we'll no block. Pretty sure we're dead here. Yeah, that's not a kill spell. Okay. All right. It's enough of getting cheesed by nonsense creatures. The verses seem fine. He had plenty of hits. Okay. This card's good against like 1-for-1 removal, so I think we still want to leave this in. I think it's just Adversary. Adversary seems pretty weak. I don't want to invest a lot of mana into this at all. And a 3-1 lifelink is like whatever. This can grow and can also diversify threats, which is more exciting. This is where I'm at. I think I'd like to do that. I think I'm going to do this, Raja. This seems the best to me. You can let me know if you disagree. But I think it's what I'm going to go with. So still technically got a minute. I'll wait and see if you respond in the next few seconds, but I'm ready to roll. I think this is the plan. There's some argument for this guy, but I don't think so. Can line up a little too badly. Can line up a little too badly. All right, I'm just going to fire it off. I don't want to make people wait anymore. Excuse me. Okay. Classic. Classic. 2 lands. I mean, I assume you're saying the boarding looked good. I agree the boarding looked good. This hand is agreed keep, but it's, I mean, I think I keep this. I need to just draw lands. There are 26. Yeah, I agree. I'm never going to hit one. I know how this game goes, but you're not supposed to mulligan hands that look like this. You can't be afraid of never drawing the way you're supposed to. Yep, classic, another black card. I think I'm definitely supposed to play this on blue. We're going to play this. He has a Fading Hope, it looks like, which is fine. If I miss my land drop, I'll have a play now. Yep, I know, Raja. I also kept reluctantly, and here we are. Missing lands. Yep, no land drop, classic. Of course, getting punished by disruption as well. Yep. Okay, we're playing Magic, folks. We are playing Magic. I'm going to spellbind my opponent. I want to know what's going on over there. Flunk versus Xanathar. Well, let's just make Xanathar 8 mana. Flunk is going to be good here regardless. It's good to see our opponents playing Flunk, by the way. Flunk's a really good card. We found that out on stream on Monday and Tuesday. And we'll be getting back to blue-black in the near future. We have a very good build. 16-3 with it so far, 84% win rate. Now, we're not in Mythic yet, so take that record with a grain of salt, but it's a very good hand or deck. Very good deck. And I'm strongly considering it for the SCG. Yep. Swamp goes bye-bye. Of course, I drew a non-white source. Pretty bad for me. Would have loved to play a Legion Angel here, but here we are. I am going to play a Raidane, mainly because I just kind of have to. Yeah, Raja, I know. To be fair, Raja, I mean, I've noticed, like, when you're, because obviously you're a very good Magic player. I was talking about that at the beginning of the cast as well. I'd like to believe I'm quite good as well. The better you are at Magic, the more often your losses are just going to be to bullshit like that. Because when you're playing games where you get to make decisions, you typically win. And unfortunately, our deck is not allowing us to make decisions. Okay. Well, the good news is maybe my opponent will think that land drops are really good for them and that threats are really good for them when we have all these answers. Okay, this happens. Okay, still has ward discard, so I'm going to discard one of the Legion Angels because casting one will be basically 2 of them anyway. And let's hope my opponent doesn't have a Divide by 0. Divide by 0 would be gross. Yeah, I would like to kill this, please. And I'll discard a Legion Angel. Yeah, Dykeman, you and I are decent. Yep, between the two of us, we have at least 3 PTs, right? I forget how many you've been to. I've been to 2. And you and I both had a very near miss as well in a team event, a team GP. Okay. Whatever. We'll just keep not hitting lands, I guess. Okay. Still not white, but it is a land drop. Now, the ultimate question is, do we play this into, like, a Jwari Disruption? I think we're in a good enough spot. If it resolves, we're in, like, a really good spot, so I'm kind of tempted to do it, but then we don't get to hold up tests for, like, a deluge. Maybe we just play this very patiently. Actually, thinking about it more, I kind of want to play this really patient. These duels all suck. Yeah, I agree. They're pretty weak. Would we want a third blue source? It seems pretty unlikely, so I guess I'll just go third black source. I could play the Lolth, but then I expose myself to, like, Deluge. Oh, please cast a Deluge. Oh, my God. Let's go, baby. You got to negate? Don't negate me, man. All right. All right. Oh, he had the... Man, that's nice. And here's the Jim Davis 2 Deluge special, by the way. Plays, to be fair, I don't know that Jim Davis made the deck. I think the Jessup brothers made the deck, and obviously they're great players and good deck builders, but I can't believe they're not playing 4 of this card. Opponent's hand, opponent's graveyard, goodbye. Opponent's library, goodbye. Okay, see you later, Deluge. Got paid off for that decision, that's for darn sure. All right, that's a really good draw. We're just going to play that, name Shadow's Verdict, so we can deal our opponent 3. Nice discipline, Dykeman. I agree. It worked out well. To be fair, I mean, obviously, our opponent's hand could have been a lot different, but fortunately, it was pretty much exactly what I thought it was going to be. Shadow's Verdict, done. And now, if our opponent does not draw a land drop, we're going to get to deal them 3 off the verdict. Sure. Okay. I don't care. I really do not care, opponent. Please play your disruption. Play it. You need the land drop. Oh, my God. Things are coming up Dykeman right now, folks. Things are coming up Dykeman. Verdict me, baby. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. Verdict this. Nice cock. Oh, shit. That's funny, man. Well, we're going to send this. Sure. And once he trades, we're going to be able to resolve this Lolth. I could make tokens and force the verdict, which is pretty good. I think I like forcing the verdict out of his hand, and then we're just going to use this as like a draw effect to try and hit our white source to cast this, which will probably win the game. So let's do that. Part of the reason I'm doing the minus here as well is I don't want to go up, draw a card, and then he just has a Soul Shatter or whatever. I really hope Blue-Black isn't the best deck for the Envy. Don't feel like going to time every round in Standard and Modern. It's definitely not going to be far and away the best deck. Most people don't even think this deck is playable. If you look at Twitter, a lot of people are saying this deck is bad. They don't know what they're talking about. But I don't think it's going to be that popular unless people start dominating with it, like in the SCGs and stuff. And let's be honest, a lot of people don't like these kind of decks, playing these decks anyway. Okay, this was a very good draw. I'm going to Legion Angel now. No reason to play the tap white source here. Doesn't really do much. But no, blue-black is a sick deck. It gets a lot of disrespect right now for, like, no reason. Sure. You are a mathematical wizard, opponent. You have divided by 0. Sure. That's annoying for sure. Definitely a good catch-up play for them. But I still think they're in pretty big trouble, especially because eventually they're just going to slam this Xanathar, and we're going to be able to just kill it immediately for 4 mana, which they might not expect. We also get to play the Cave now, which is going to threaten some of that Field of Ruin mana. Okay, that's pretty good too. First things first, let's draw a card, please. Mono White seems very popular. I agree. I think Mono White is a great deck as well. I think I just like Spellbinding him first, and then we're probably going to play another Legion Angel. It's daytime, so I won't be flipping it to night by double spelling, which is relevant. Okay. Baleful is pretty whatever. I think we let him have this. Although, yeah, he can still pay that alternate cost even from exile, I think, and I'm not sure that it makes it cost 2 more. So I'm definitely just going to take the divide by 0. We'll make that 5 mana. No respect. No respect, I tell you. I agree. Such little respect for blue-black cards. This is actually fairly interesting. I can play the Angel, but then he's just able to grasp it here. So there's some argument to just play the Silencer and name one of these cards and then get my Cave into play this turn. I think that's what I'm actually going to do. I think it makes it cost 4 still, Dykeman. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not sure on it, Raja. We're going to name the Grasp. And we're going to play this. Go. Okay, it's fine. Yep. Opponent taps out into a removal spell. Let's just see what we got here. Okay, it's pretty good. Kick it. I guess this, we've got 3 black, 3 white. We probably want 4 white option to double Legion Angel next turn. So let's just do this. Boom. I think it may, yeah, still on that. Opponent should be dead here. It's going to be pretty hard to come back from this, I think. They can't even cast Grasp anymore. They take 3 to play it at all. So they have to, like, Mastery the Silencer, then Grasp puts them to 1, and they're still dead to the Spellbinder. I guess they can technically cast all of their spells, the Divide, and these 2 if they give me a card. So, and they get to gain a life and loot there, which is pretty good, I guess. I'm just going to attack all and see what my opponent does. We'll figure it out from there. I'm not going to fire this up because he has Field of Ruin, so it seems like a pretty big waste of my mana. I can just double Legion Angel or something of that nature after the attack. So, Dykeman, I got to go. This is looking good. Good luck with the deck. Yeah, man. Thanks a lot for hanging out, dude. Sweet deck. And we'll let you know. I don't care about him spending that much mana to do this. And now, if I wanted to, I could Bloodchief's Thirst this card. Okay. So now he has to exile the Angel and give me a card, I guess, is going to be his line. Discarded the Grasp. That makes sense. Oh, Fading Hope. Okay. It's annoying. Probably gonna hit this with the mastery. What? What? Does this not tap for any color? Yeah, it does. Okay. Little confused. Little confused, folks. Um, hmm. I'm just going to deploy some flyers. I mean, I guess we're going to zero this because we're not activating it here. Oh, look, we even... Let's see. I can reveal that swamp if I wanted to. I don't really want to, though. There's not a huge reason. I can still just double spell here. So decline, please. Okay, that tapping is acceptable. Maybe they're leaving up Dwari Disruption. I guess I should have put that in untapped. That was a bit of a whoops on my part. Okay, didn't get punished. Yep, I'll draw a card, thank you. Okay. Yep, you gain a life and get to loot. With them not having Deluge in their deck anymore, I just have no idea how they can win this game. They're going to need some other card advantage source. Sure. 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 Your things have flashback. Nice. There's a bit of snapback lag on Twitch, but the stream on Facebook looks good. Okay. That's good. Also, for anyone who is watching on Facebook, I haven't mentioned this yet, but obviously I'm not really paying a ton of attention to chat on Facebook, if at all. So if you're over on Facebook and you have the opportunity to come over to Twitch with us, please come over on Twitch. It's easier for me to keep track. Maybe at some point I'll look at both, but okay. Also, for the person who just mentioned that, is there any way I can I do anything to fix that, or is that just kind of something we have to deal with? I'm gonna Vanishing Verse his idiot. Let's make him make decisions. I'm not for sure what is causing it. Okay. Okay. Resolves opponent. And we're just going to fire up the manland and kill him if he can't protect himself from that. He has Flunk, but I have a million cards in my hand. He actually can't flunk. He can only flunk this down to a 2/3, which I think is going to be like his only... Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure this out in a second. Fading Hope. I didn't see the other Fading Hope. That's fine, though. Okay. I don't think my opponent can beat this. Yeah, I agree. I'm also pretty sure I've won this match. Opponent's trying to figure out how to beat this cave. They were supposed to activate field before doing their stuff. I think they might have had enough mana had they done that. I was still, like, very, very high odd to win this game. Once this is gone, I still just have a million threats. If he ever kills any of these, I get counters here to make more idiots, but I'm just getting to sit here and draw cards until that happens. Yeah, and classic opponent just wasting all of our time. Thanks a lot, opponent. Very cool of you to make us all sit here. But we will. We'll sit here. We got all day. I'm streaming until 4, man. You can make me sit here all you want and figure out how dead you are. Okay. So he has one card in hand. Yeah, we're going for this. Leave all the cards in hand in case he had flunk. Nice. Nice. All right. 2-1. Took a second, but we got that second win. Let's go ahead and edit that. GG's indeed. GG's indeed. 2-1. 2-1 with the Esper Aggro. What rare did I get? What? I already have 4 of this card. Did they... I hate so much when they... Did they print this card twice or something? How did I... Oh, that's why I got gems. Usually they just give you gems. I'm not used to seeing the card flip. I wonder if that's like an update or if I'm just not used to getting gems off cards. But okay. I didn't think they printed that card twice. All right. 2-1. I need to real quick transition that over for y'all. There we go. All right, we're 2-1. Let's rock. Let's rock. Esper Aggro time. Hand looks pretty good. We're going to go 2-drop, 3-drop, 3-drop. Hopefully we hit lands for this 5-drop. But it's a keep. It's definitely a keep. There's no real reason to not just play this here, so I'm just going to play this. Okay. So these are both going to be white now that we drew that land. We're just going to play this to get under our opponent. Very good at racing. We also just want to curve. We want to go 2, 3, 3, 5. The way this hand is set up. Yep, whatever. We can race that just fine at the moment. That's also an insane draw. I think, though, we want to race right now, so we're just going to play our 3. We can play this later. This will show us if they have like a Snakeskin Veil or something, so we won't even have to be worried very much. They'll draw, obviously, 1 new card, but sure thing. Like I said, this needs to be on white, and I think we're just going to do that now. What do you have? This card's pretty annoying. This card's also pretty annoying. He has 2 of those. I don't care about the Mammoth at all, honestly. Yeah, let's just make the annoying card 1,000,000 mana, shall we? Very disinterested in that. Yep, we're going to take that, I think. I think we're in a good spot to just be aggressive. Opponent might even just like play Sculptor and try trading with the 3-1. They also might play Mammoth. I don't really care either way what they do. Okay, so they're... Okay, that's an insanely good draw. So here's what we're going to do here. We're going to try and bait the Inscription. They're going to play their land, and they're going to try fighting. So let's do this. And we're going to obviously make this black. We're going to do this. We're going to put the counter on the flyer, because that's the one that we know they won't be blocking. I don't think they're going to block either way, but let's do this. Sure. Hit you. Go. Hopefully they go for everything main phase here. Now, Inscription's an instance. There's no real reason for them to do it at sorcery speed, but they might. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yep. I'm going to let my opponent have the card because I really want to blow the fight spell out here. And a good player isn't going to walk into it, but... Okay. we're just going to eat this one because it's going to let us get in for a lot of damage. 9 damage, to be exact. Are you serious? You drew a snakeskin? Ugh. A little punished there, for sure. But that's fine. We're going to play this Lolth. We're going to deploy the idiots. The idiot army is here. We're going to go to combat. I think I'm going to put the counter here to entice a trade from my opponent. Yeah, I like that. It'll put another counter on the Lolth as well. It's also going to gain me 4 life, which will put me back to 19. Yep. It's fine. I would like my opponent to not have a land here. That'd be ideal for me. But we're okay. Creatures dying means Lolth can produce more idiots. They also have menace, so they're like very threatening. Excuse me. Opponent's just in a bad spot. Very bad spot. Even with that like perfect snakeskin veil off the top. And maybe I was a little greedy trying to blow him out. I should have thought more about my opponent just playing intelligently, which they did. But I still think we're going to be just fine. Yep. Okay. Excuse me. My opponent literally cannot attack here. If they attack, I chump block with Aspirant, put a counter on the Lolth, attack all, and they die. And they're actually just dead anyway. I don't understand what this play was. They needed to do a fight somewhere, and they chose to just die on board. So, right, because they can't block this period, and these have menace. So, connection lost. Oh, come on. Oh, Arena, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me now. Sorry for those watching. We'll try and get back. Pretty frustrating having lethal on board. I should have just attacked sooner, I guess. What is all this? Oh, yeah. What? What is going on? Okay. Looks like we might be getting back. Sorry to the viewers. Don't know what in the world that was. Whether that was my internet or Arena just doing Arena things. Please, God, let me still have combat on this turn. Can't play around everything. No, we can't. And our opponent, unfortunately, just... Alright, well, the good news is Arena put the counter on the correct creature, so I think we're still going to win this game anyway. Somehow, we skipped through a lethal turn and are still going to win the game. I'm just going to no block. My opponent's praying for miracles here. No blocks. Yep, you hit me, man. So, the Esper Aggro deck is so good that we can literally... Ooh, okay, so he can... Oh, no, that's 4 mana. I forgot about that. Yep, you're dead. Good game. Opponent, are you sure you don't want to try and see if my internet goes out again or if Arena screws up again? Certainly what I would have done. My opponent just missed their turn. Why are we conceding? You're obviously dead. You were dead last turn. Just look at the board, man. All right. I think this card's a little slow, typically. It worked very well there. Maybe on the play it'll be good enough, but not super excited about it. I said earlier today that I don't like mauls on the draw. I think I'm going to stick to my guns there, cut those on the draw. Raja said he doesn't like Spellbinder. I'm going to veto that though. I don't agree with that. This card hitting Chariot on either the play or draw is really good. Liking the deck so far? Yes. We're 2-1. We just won a game where we missed a turn because I don't know if you're here, but I don't know if Arena screwed up, my internet screwed up, or what, but I assume it was Arena because all the stream stuff stayed fine. But whatever. But yes, the deck feels pretty good. We're 2-1. We're going for 3-1 right now. Our one loss today was just to not drawing lands, which is how games go sometimes. Speak of the devil. We're going to mulligan this. I've been back and forth from my office. Busy day. Cool, man. Love having you. Appreciate that. We're going to mulligan that. Yeah, this hand's fine. We can play a turn 1 Snarl. Radane's going to be very good. I think Legion Angel's pretty good. So the question is, excuse me, which 2-drop do we want more? I think it's definitely Aspirant. The counters are just so critical. Okay, well, we're just going to get this out of our hand. Yep, you got a boss. That's annoying because now he can play a Chariot on turn 2, but whatever. Or not turn 2, turn 3. Silly me. We can maybe still beat it, though. Let's just hope he doesn't have it. Sometimes you just got to hope they don't have it, you know? Okay, he did not have it. Fight spell? I think they have the fight spell. Which is fine. Means they're not killing the Raydane. And they thought about it for a little bit too. Alright, well, the center's untapped, which is good. We would love to stop drawing lands though. It's about time we stop doing that. This please, go. This please, go. Alright, that enters tapped. Okay. Three cards in hand for my opponent. Let's see what their follow-up here is, a Mammoth. Alright, so we're definitely going to be we're on the Legion Angel trade bus this game. Just going to be a lot of trades. Untap that. I don't understand why people do that sorcery speed. You don't have to do that sorcery speed. What's the reason? Because if you have a Snakeskin Veil, you're not going to F6 through it anyway. Whatever. Was this another Legion Angel? All right. Well, the trade bus is going to continue. Boom. I guess we played this land on white. We didn't bring any blue cards in this matchup. So that land is basically just a plains. Thank you. And we're just going to try and sit here and make trades for a minute because we're pretty far behind on the board. Trading with old growth trolls pretty garbage, but here we are. Sure. Actually, I might just double block the Mammoth. If he doesn't have anything crazy here, I'm going to double block Mammoth. Yep, it's fine. Because he's definitely, I assume he's going to lead me with Raydane. Unless his hand is like Ren and 7, but I'm fine with that exchange. This is a better blocker. And if he has Inscription of Abundance, whatever, I'm not beating that anyway. He probably would have used that already to fight regardless. That's annoying. That's good. That's a good draw. Okay. So, we have plenty of white. We're going to play this on black. Now, I have to kill one of these, I think. Right? Because if he fired this up, not necessarily, I don't have to kill one of these, but I'm going to kill one of these. It cuts my opponent back a mana and also a threat. We needed that one. We did. It was a really, really damn good draw. Give me another one of these, please. I will hit you for 2 for free. Go. Okay. And I'm just going to keep not blocking the old growth troll. We're going to keep blocking the other things. My opponent should only send their 4-power threats here. There's like no... The only upside to sending the 2/2 is if they have a Snakeskin Veil, but Snakeskin Veil is probably better to just be patient on. I'm just going to block there. Get out of here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, that one was good. That one was good. Can confirm. Another black. I think I want another white. Not particularly relevant either way, but gonna play this. Going to fail to find. We've found them all. Just what we need. Yes. I agree. Absolutely just what I needed. The question now is, do I just want to do this right now? And I think the answer is yes. If my opponent had a Snakeskin Veil, they should have sent the Sculptor. Or they at least had the option to send the Sculptor. There's obviously some argument to wait, right? I mean, waiting protects you from a removal spell. If they had Inscription of Abundance, they would have fought this already. In fact, they would have... I think they could have... No, they might have been able to kick it. I'm not sure. I'm just going to do this now. I think it's the right play. Maybe he blew me out by holding a Veil, but if he did, good for him. Nope. And, okay, we're in good shape. Did we see a pause last turn? No, we did not. We did not see a pause. Mammoth. Kazandu Mammoth. You got it. It's a bad draw. It's not what we wanted at all, but my 2 draws the last 2 turns have been so good, I guess I can't complain, huh? I'm going to be safe here and just attack for 2. This allows me to double block Mammoth if he hits a land with Raidane and Legion Angel, and then trade with Faceless Haven with the other Legion Angel. I'm in no position to push there, I don't think, because I have to trade with this Angel anyway, so I don't have lethal on the crackback regardless. So it's better to just be smart. Excuse me. Got a little bit of a cough today, as some of you probably have noticed who have been hanging out all day. Not quite getting enough sleep on the new sleeping schedule with the streaming. We'll get that corrected in the near future, but okay. We're just going to block. No reason to be greedy. Let's just trade the board. Fine with that. Just going to go into top deck mode. Sure. Pretty good, I guess. What is the best card in my opponent's deck? Probably Asika's Chariot, right? People want that one banned. I guess we'll name that. People wanted that one banned, but it didn't get banned. Personally, I'm fine with it not getting banned. Is there a reason to play this land? My opponent will know it's nothing real quick, so we're just going to play it. I don't think there's a huge benefit to holding. If it gets banned, how are you supposed to... Exactly, dude. I'm just going to block here. My opponent actually can't cast Chariot now anyway. I'm not trading this. I'm not interested in trading this at all. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Okay. That's pretty gross. Woo! Speaking of pretty gross. Speaking of pretty gross. That was not bad. And now I am just going to trade the Silencer because he can't actually... Well, he can cast Chariot because Raydane's gone, but... Okay. He cannot cast a spell here, which means I'm going to be able to flip this into a 3/3 first striker. I feel like he is supposed to offer the trade. Yeah, I like that from our opponent. All right, let's draw a good one. Good spell. Good spell. Come on now. Hell yeah. When you draw cards like this one, that's all you can really say. Let's kick this twice. It is indeed a good one. I agree. I lose to a fight spell with this play, but I beat almost everything else. So I think I'm willing to just lose to a fight spell off the top. And actually, I don't even know that I do lose to a fight spell because I gain 5. Never mind. I would still win that game. Yep. Now, to be fair, my opponent is not 100% dead yet. They can fire up the Haven into the adversary, and I have to trade. Okay. GG, although opponent was absolutely not dead on board. Classic concession there. Opponent could have fired up. I had to trade. Then I lose my double anthem. I only have a 3/3. And then I can only attack for 3, putting them to 2. Were they behind? Yes. Were they dead? Absolutely not. Very silly concession, in my opinion, but whatever. We're going to go ahead and update the record. 3-1. 3-1 with this deck. I think we've lost to blue-red. We've beaten blue-black, the like Jim Davis variation of blue-black, the Jessup's variation of blue-black, and then we are 2-0 against mono-green now. So, pretty good day thus far. What? Did I enter the wrong thing? I'm not even in ranked, am I? We're just going to concede that. That's not what you all came to see today. Playing Esper Aggro. Yeah, I entered the wrong thing. Whoops. My bad, folks. There we are. Yeah, they might not have saw that line, I guess. Yeah, definitely they did not see that line. I guess they were tunnel visioned into trying to block. They were trying to think if they could block to survive and didn't think about just forcing me to block, thus losing the anthem. Classic. 26 land deck. Okay, we're going to keep this one. How greedy do we want to be? Because I'm on the play, I think I just want to go 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to get rid of the removal spell. Red. Okay. Doesn't really matter what we do here. Guess we're going to go white. I'm just going to play this immediately. If they have a frostbite, they have a frostbite. So be it, although they're playing basic mountain. So it might be a Spikefield Hazard. That's annoying. Could have been play with fire, too. Basic mountain, not snow, means they're probably not on frostbite, obviously. I don't like Raydane here at all. Let's Spellbind. We can hit an iteration this way. Yep. Yep. Hit an iteration. Don't let my opponent play that. Then we'll play Raydane, which will not let them play the Deluge. Just try and really make our opponent's hand not function. We'll see if they just kill my Spellbinder with one of these smashings. I bet you they will, which is also fine. Yep. And we're just going to get the Raydane in so they can't cast this card. I guess that draw's fine. Raydane. Go. Sure. Fine with that. 4 mana, draw 1 sounds good to me. And by good to me, it's good for me and very bad for my opponent. Yep, you got it. Speaking of bad, that was not a great draw, but we do have Legion Angels, so whatever. You get plenty of value out of this. Plenty of value, plenty of threats. We're going to play this on white. Okay. It's a good one. That's a good iteration. Yep, and that's why it's good. 2-for-1s are good. Okay. I would love to stop drawing these lands. Don't get me wrong. The lands, I mean, they're good. We needed some. We found them. Now I need less. We're going to get countered here. Divide by 0. Saw it coming. Sure, so they're on the more control-heavy version. The version we lost to earlier was the Divide by 0 version. A lot of versions of these blue-red decks out there. Kill my Raydane. Yeah, that's gross. Gross, gross, gross. About as good as it could be for my opponent. Really need like a Lolth. I would like Lolth here very much. Lolth is probably one of the best draws in the deck. Okay. Well, that turn could not have gone any worse. I don't think. And then drawing another land, although it is a man land, but not going to be particularly good, I don't think. Opponent's about to do the Epiphany thing. Why not, right? It's free. Free to do it here. Starts getting me under a little bit of a clock. Yep. Sure thing. Smoldering Egg. Well, it's good to at least see that that's in their main deck. Helps give us a little more information about what cards will be in their deck for post-board. Yep. Some decks don't main this, and they sideboard a couple. Lists are kind of all over the place. Well, I guess if you're going to flood, that's an okay draw, huh? We can kick it 3 times, so I guess we'll just do that. I have 5 white mana, so this can definitely just be black. It's pretty irrelevant, but that still leaves up 3 white. That's okay. Pay, pay, pay. Go. We need to draw a removal spell for this egg. He's about to flip it off the Deluge. Oh, he's about to flip it off that. Never mind. 2, 6 me. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 off the deluge. So we're not quite dead, but we're damn close. Now we're even closer. Because if they hit, yep. If they hit like any spell, yeah, literally any spell, we lose. And they get to dig through time for it. I'll make them do it, but we are dead. I promise. Yep. Okay, they also play Divide. Interesting. Alright, well, we want all the counters. We brought this card in last time. It's less appealing against Saw It Coming and Divide by Zero and things, but it's still really good against Goldspan Dragon. So I think I want it. This is the most like efficient answer to Egg, kind of, but all our 2-minute instant speeds seem better because they deal with Dragon immediately. Goldspan, that is. This card, they're a Spike Field Hazard deck, so it's those. I think. There's a world maybe where this is better. 3 verse. Cut the one that loses me life. All their man lands are monocolored anyway, so we'll be able to deal with them with verse. They're not a snow deck, so they're not going to have Faceless Haven. So Power Word Kill is... Actually, I'm an idiot. This card doesn't kill dragons. What am I doing? Okay. Vanishing Verse. Much better than this card. Can confirm. And now it just becomes, what else do we cut? Let's not play this game, I guess. Let's just hard kill their things. And... we're going to cut those for now. I'm not sure if this is probably wrong if they're on Goldspan, but I had to make a decision there. I want most of my 2s on the play. It's possible it was just 2 Intrepid Adversaries. What do I think of this? It's got land drops, so that's good, I suppose. Has like no early pressure, which is very concerning. Can we play that kind of game with this deck? This is tough. This is very tough. I think we're supposed to get on the board. I don't think we can keep this hand. I'm tempted, but I think it's bad. Well, we've got blue mana. We have a couple tests, which will be good. We have a threat this time. I'm just going to get rid of the card. That's actually close. I could get rid of a test as well and hope to draw a black source, just kind of get onto the table. Yeah, I actually think that's better. This, go. That one was close, but this will be so good on turn 3 if we can stick it. There's a world where I would want 2 blue. I'm already going to have a million whites. Let's just do this, play this, go. No hazard, please. Thank you. Obviously, because we didn't have black mana, like this was a little greedy, but I was kind of hoping we would find one, obviously. Play a fair amount of black lands, so... well, that's pretty terrible, but here we are. Gonna get mad punished for not keeping that second test. Because I am going to test a Dragon's Fire here. I think I have to. I have to keep the threat in play, and I have to remove these removal spells from his deck. Okay. Let's look in his library. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Your graveyard. Goodbye. Hit those. Boom. Oh, what? I guess they're just going to smash it right now to get it off the board. Seems okay. All right, we need the black mana immediately. Immediately. Okay, well, if we weren't going to draw a black source, I guess that was an okay draw. Still reps a counterspell too, even though we don't have one, and he'll definitely just play Iteration here. Yep. And now he knows I don't have a counterspell, because I would have counted that. I think anybody would have counted that who knows what they're doing in this standard format. Sure. Yep. We're going to put a counter on Raidane. Timely. Timely with that draw. It might still be good, though. It's pretty awkward. Had I bottomed this card and kept that other test, we might have been able to win this game. We honestly still could maybe win. Ugh. That ain't great. That ain't great. Honestly, I mean, we can beat this, though. Let's put a counter on the Raidane and attack here. Swing both. You're trying to take 7. Okay. Opponent is into going to 1, I guess. They do generate a lot of mana off this play, which is, I guess, the argument to doing it. But it's not going to work out particularly well for them, I don't think. Sure, we got a black source. Heated debate. Can you say yuck? That explains the attack. Good play. Good play on their part. That's all right, though. We definitely have a chance here. I could just name Dwari Disruption. Then he plays them as lands. Maybe I have to name Dwari Disruption, because he can actually double disrupt the negate if I don't. So I guess we'll name Dwari Disruption. He might double Dwari this. Yeah, he's gonna. Deluge? No thanks. I'm gonna name Memory Deluge now. Might still have a shot. We've kind of put our opponent in a weird position if they didn't draw a good card. Do you attack with both gold spans? Do you attack with one? Do you cast... I mean, if you attack with one... Yeah, attacking with one is probably the play for sure. It gives him the option to... like, block here, because that's where I'll be putting the counter, and I'll keep the silencer in play to counter that deluge. Or to make the deluge bad, I guess. Need to dodge a few cards there. Okay, that's fine. They should send one. One is a very smart attack. Big brain, if you will. Yep. No attack? I guess attacking's awkward, because if I draw a kill spell, they die. I'm not going to play this so I don't get cheesed by those. I think I'm just going to put a counter here and say go. We're kind of just at a standstill for the moment, and I'm okay with that. I guess he actually can't cast Deluge at the moment anyway. I'm definitely not attacking, though. I'm just wondering if this is acceptable. It just seems so bad. He just casts a Disruption and then taps me out of negate, so yeah, I just gotta wait. Absolutely not. No thanks. Now that we've seen Burning Hands, I'm going to put a counter here so it doesn't do anything. Opponent playing that is kind of wild. Kinda wild. I don't really get it, to be honest with you. Pretty sure I'm going to do this now. This sets me up very well. I still don't want to attack. I want this to stay in play, and I still want this in play as well. So, yep, we're going to do that. Sure. Get another one. Where's this counter going? Like I said, I think it goes here for Burning Hands. That's what I said a second ago. And I really just want this to stay in play because if he flashes back Deluge, he's almost certainly going to die. And I still like being able to divvy counters, especially a counter here next turn. We're just going to do this. Very tight game. So opponent's going to send one. I definitely no block this. This is a very, very easy no block for me. If they drew an Epiphany, they drew an Epiphany. Sure. So they can flip this. That's worth noting. But they have to take 3 damage to flip it, and then they... So this is 2 mana, 6, 7. So that if they draw a 1-drop, we could maybe die. But not if we kick this. Right? If we kick this, every threat should be lethal, in theory. Although every threat's lethal anyway, because he has to flash back this Deluge. He's going to 2. So maybe I actually do nothing, because when he casts Deluge, I could rip into a kill spell. Yeah, let's actually do nothing. The Anthem is irrelevant. Like I said before, I like the counter here. Combat. All. Not going to lie to you, I did not think about that. That was definitely a mistake on my part there. Definitely a mistake on my part there. So I should have played this idiot and kicked it. Didn't even think about that specific sequence. Him just losing the egg. And now we're definitely in trouble. Bad play on my part. Just a bad play. Sure. A little confused why he didn't attack first, but because I definitely would have thought about it. Now this is just an easy block if he doesn't have something. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I have to block that. There's no way I can not. Okay. Not quite lethal, but very close. So they have another one. Or a burn spell, but probably another one. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I punted there. Should have played the Intrepid Adversary. That should not have been a loss. Definitely on me. Thought they had to cast that Deluge to not die, and that was not the case. But that's all right. We will put 3-2, but there is a strong asterisk next to that. We should be 4-1. Should have just played better. Should have played better. Maybe we should add a punt count to that record as well. Typically, I don't punt games away, but that was definitely a game where I did. Deck has felt quite good so far, though. Been pretty impressed. I'm more impressed with this deck than the one we played yesterday. Whetstone built a solid deck, but I think this one is certainly better. The problem with Whetstone's deck from yesterday is there's just a lot of horrible cards in it. Chaplain of Alms is awful, dude. I cannot believe how bad that card is. I will never play that card again. It's easily the worst card in the deck, I think. Battlefield Raptor was actually pretty impressive, which was kind of funny. On paper, you would have assumed that would have been the worst card in deck. But Flying's just good, it turns out. So 1-mana flyer that you can then put counters on with Luminarch Aspirant is pretty strong. Okay. Draw. Great. Glad we waited for that. Let's see if we can find an opponent this time. Let's see if we can find an opponent. All right. Well, hand looks quite good. Hopefully their first land drop will show me what their deck is, and we can Silver Quill. Gonna play this. I don't even need to show him the swamp, so let's just not, I guess. A blue-black deck. Sounds good. I guess I'll hold this in case we draw more of that effect. I'm just going to play this land into this. I think I'm going to name... It's either Power Word Kill or Infernal Grasp. I think I'm going to name Infernal Grasp, though. Name Infernal Grasp because I think that's the most likely removal spell they would have here. We'll see, though. Power word kill. Could have that. Could have flunk too. Blood Chief's Thirst. Yep. That's fine. Okay. I guess we just play this one. Play this. Go. It's really gross. It's a really good duress there. And I think I'm just going to go lifelink on these. Not a huge benefit to playing this turn, I don't think. Unless I were to like draw the second Lulf and would want to then be able to fire this up on the following turn, but there's literally one Lulf in the deck. I think I'd rather just gain life in case it matters. So let's go for that, I guess. And I think, again, target there. Sound messed up? I don't know. Can little quiet? Am I being too quiet? It looks good on my end. It's kind of a weird bounce. I don't get why you just don't bounce the token, but okay. It's fine. Was it just how I was talking, or can you still not hear me very well? So I'm gonna go for this. They probably have like a saw it coming. If they have like double disruption, I don't care. I'd rather just get the cave going here. Could leave up verse for dragon, but I'm not into that. Let's do this to dragon, I guess. Converse it afterwards. One ya. Like giving ourselves the option to use this if we'd like. How's the sound now, Zyphon? Is it okay? What? Some feedback, please, because I'm no longer listening to my... This morning when I did a sound check, I was listening to my own stream. I'm no longer doing that. So let me know. A little better now? Okay, maybe I was just being a little too quiet. It's possible. Okay, so pretty free, just attack all here. And I'm not going to fire up the man land because I don't want to expose that to removal. I could gain life here. I think I'm going to give this lifelink and see what he does. And then we're going to leave up Vanishing Verse in case he has Dragon. Sure. In case they have Dragon. We're going to play this. Go. But I could hear you faintly. Okay. Yeah, maybe I was just being too quiet. Chat had been fairly inactive for a while, so I was kind of just here. Maybe I got a little quieter. Great now. Good. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I'm pretty tempted to just fire this up, to be completely honest. I'm fine if they kill it. Whatever. I think now is the time. They know I have this. Yeah, we're just getting in there. I can't afford not to. I don't think we're really getting enough pressure if we don't. I don't want my opponent to just epiphany me into the ground. Cinderclasm. 2 damage to everything. Okay. Another burn spell. Okay. Well, I'm glad I fired this up. Let me tell you. 3U. Go. Go, go, go. Untapped. Yep. Epiphany. No. Leer. Well, good thing we have answers to that, eh? The duress is disgusting, but we have 2 answers, so that's good. How's it going so far today? We are currently 3-2. I actually punted the last match, though. We should be 4-1. I missed something that could happen in combat with a Smoldering Egg. I thought my opponent had to flashback a spell when I had Silver Quill naming the spell, so I thought that I was guaranteed to get that damage, and they just chumped with their egg, did not flip their egg like I thought they were going to do, and they were able to go to 1, and then because they blocked the Silver Quill, they were then able to flashback the Deluge without taking damage, and obviously Dig Through Time is pretty good, and they were able to come back and win that game. But that was all on me. I just screwed up. I was supposed to play an Intrepid Adversary, and that would have made everything lethal, even with the way they blocked. Well, we have to do this. There's, like, no choice here. I could do the Brutal Cathar, but that scares me. So let's just do this. And then we're going to play Raidane. Sure. It's annoying, but fine. I miss that. This card is really gross. The fact that you can do this on your opponent's turn too is really stupid. And that it can do multiple things per turn. It doesn't even have to do one thing a turn, which is how I thought this card was worded initially. But whatever, here we are. Yeah, we're going to do this. Because I gotta. And then we're going to do this. And now the question is, where does this counter go? The question now is, where does this counter go? So if it goes here, it protects it from, like, Prismari commands and things, which actually could be really relevant. So let's do that. Let's protect this from Prismari command. I'm fine to miss a damage here. My opponent's on a 2-turn clock in the air anyway. Lair is indeed very good. Indeed it is. Three mana, 4 mana, 5 mana. 4 mana. 5 mana. Lair. Okay. He's going to Spikefield Hazard the Luminarch, I guess. Actually, no, that's a lie. He's going to kick it. Interesting. Oops. Why are you oopsing? There's no oops here, opponent. I'm aware of what you can do. Alright, my opponent is messing with me here. They think I don't see... Can't you... What is What in the heck was that? I'm pretty sure they could kick the Cinderclasm and kill the 3/3 there, right? And get their other... I guess it didn't matter because they already have a Lair anyway. But I'm a little confused on whatever just occurred there. But all right, we're gonna have a lot of removal in our deck for these Lairs. We're gonna have these counter spells. We're gonna bring in the Shade, even though there's Spikefield Hazard deck, it's still pretty good. Bring this in. Just have a lot of clean removal here. Maul is garbage. Cathar seems weak. I'd rather just have actual kill spells for his things. I don't want to take things and then he's able to kill it and get them back. Jiren goes wide, so probably good enough. I guess we're just going to cut some number. Maybe I have too many answers at the moment. I probably do. And maybe the Shade is nonsense as well, because he is a Spikefield Hazard deck. I guess Shade Is Shade better or is Adversary better? Adversary and Shade they're both kind of good in a long game. I think I'm going to go down one Adversary and keep the Shade. Now the question is, which removal spells are the worst? I suppose the sorcery speed ones, kind of weak. We have 4, 5, 6 instant speed removal spells still. Maybe I'm getting a little greedy there. Why don't we do this? Let's just get these out of our deck. Let's leave at least one of those. Do we want 2? No, I don't think so. I think we're going to leave it like this. Again, thanks to everybody who's here watching the stream. Really appreciate that. If you're appreciating the content today, if you enjoy it, give my team a follow on YouTube. We're Swish Gaming. Website, swishgaming.com. Twitter, we're The Swish Gaming. Facebook, Swish Gaming. And Twitch, The Swish Gaming. All right, now, we're just going to play this cave. No blue mana yet, but this hand was still pretty good. Fortunately, we drew a land. This card will be very good once we find a blue source. Malevolent Hermit, huh? Okay. Maybe that's good. Or I'm sorry, we don't have a black source. We have our blue source. We're fine. We are fine. I'm actually going to leave this in my hand because if we draw Snarl, we'll want it. I'm just going to get this ticking. I don't know how good Hermit's going to be in this matchup. This will be kind of interesting. It's certainly not as good as it is against, like, control decks. Leaves it back. Okay. I think the first thing I'm going to do is go to combat here and put a counter on this and see what he does. Okay. Interesting, huh? Okay, send. Do I like Raydane getting countered more? Probably, because I have 2, right? We'll play Raydane. Can't counter that one. You can with that. Yep, I was just looking at the Hermit. So, that's fine. We were kind of expecting a disruption there. Anyway, not a big surprise. Pretty surprised, though, my opponent didn't attack with the Hermit if they were on the no block plan. Sure. I think I still like a single copy of Negate. So, well, his Hermit actually makes these Negates kind of garbage, though. Slightly. They're slightly garbage. They're not, I mean, complete garbage, but... I feel like I'm probably supposed to still just keep one. Just in case it comes up. So I think I'm going to get rid of these. I like Raydane on this next turn quite a bit. And I'm going to play Raydane and then put a counter on it so he can't kill it. Play this. Sure. It's annoying, but it is fine. Sure. Yep. And we need to draw a removal spell immediately. Thank you. That's how we draw it up, folks. Just like that. Get out. Just like that. Had it the whole time. Opponent had it the whole time. Sure. Sure. It's a good one. card's in the foretell zone. Yeah, I'm just going to play the Angel. Honestly, even if they resolve the extra turn spell, not that bad for us here. Not that bad for us here. And if they don't hit the land drop here, they're going to die in like one turn. So, yep, that ain't it. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so we're 4-2, should be 5-1. If we had a punt counter, it would be at least 1 today. I made one mistake that lost me a match. The other one we just missed lands, but 4-2, still looking really good. Deck's still feeling really good. Let's edit this record. 4-2. And off we go for some more action. Okay, we're going to be on the draw here. Hand is awkward, but I am going to keep it. Double Vanishing Verse on the draw should be pretty good. Being able to play these if I hit any land, which should happen, especially on the draw. And it looks like it's mono. Well, who knows if it's mono green with that. Well, that's pretty good. If we're not going to draw a land, that was literally the best card we could have drawn. Okay, we're not going to Vanishing Verse that, if you can believe it. All right, deck. Enough's enough. We need a land now. Probably going to draw a Snarl. That'd be pretty fitting. Okay, well, at least we can deal with this. At least we can deal with this. I'm just going to verse this right now. Get out. Hopefully we hit a land. I would probably just Brutal Cathara token if we hit a land, honestly. Okay, that's pretty good. We're just going to play that on white. Don't need our blue. And all right, so this is actually interesting. I changed my tune here. If my opponent has land or like another Chariot, I don't want that to happen. So let's make his cards really hard to cast. A Negate and a Dragon's Fire. Okay, I guess I'm going to take the Dragon's Fire. Opponent doesn't even have blue mana right now. I think because of the way their hand is, I'm going to offer this. Okay. So I just play this, eat the 2/2, see if he wants to Dragonfire it. I could also play this and hit the Negate and see if he wants to Dragonfire this, and then we can do day-night shenanigans maybe with this. This also makes Negate a lot of mana, which is nice. Can let us sneak in this Lolth. Play this as a black source. Sure thing. Yep. And now hopefully we'll get to start going to town with this. Some day-night stuff. Okay, well we can Vanishing Verse that, so it's not the end of the world. We could also resolve a Lolth, but if we hit a land. Okay, we did not hit a land. That was a pretty good draw, though. Pretty good draw. I don't know that it's quite what we want to do yet, but it was a good draw. I'm going to hold this because I can set up a double spell turn if I draw a 2-drop and miss a land again. I'm just going to eat a token. And we're going to play the day-night game with my opponent. He might just level this up again. That'd be a little greedy, but yep. Should definitely put it on the Innkeeper. I agree. No blocks. If they hold up Negate, I'm going to get to flip this. And if they don't hold up Negate, that's fine as well. Okay. So they held up negate. So I'm just going to do this. And I'm just going to chill out and lead back blockers. I'm in no position to attack. No position. Sure. That's very annoying. But still not dead. Yep. I have to trade this off. This Legion Angel. Okay, so double Vanishing Verse will let me flip the Brute, and it's going to let me deal with probably Ranger class Chariot, flip this, eat a 2/2. I think that puts me in the best position, especially if it wants to hold up negate. I get to flip it to a 3/3 again. There is a world where there's just no world where I can let him keep this. The attacks and getting counters and all that. Would I block now is the question. Is Day Knight... Well, I guess he would just triple block, so I can't attack. Eat this, please. There is a world, actually, where I just trade now. Definitely a world where I trade. My opponent is probably going to cast a spell here, so this isn't going to flip to Knight or anything. I'm not going to be able to double spell for a long time. Yeah, we're going to trade off. We're going to trade off. I'm not worried about negate. My opponent's not going to hold it up when they know I have a Legion Angel in hand. Okay. Now, Lolth makes Reachers, which is kind of sick. So, technically, I could double block the Moonveil. This also slides me under negate, which is good. Are you liking new rotated standard? I am, yes. The standard format is fun. The standard format is fun. Yeah, I'm going to play the Lolth. This protects me from dying to a 1-for-1 removal spell, such as Dragon's Fire. Black mana, Lolth. Make idiots. Go. Sure. Are they going to loot? They are. Makes sense. It's a good play. Okay. Yeah, this is good for me. Very good for me. I'm just going to double block this. They can kill the Lolth if it... Where are they going? They're going at me? All right, I lied. I'm not going to double block this. The best play, because if this dies, he gets to kill the Lolth. The best play is just chump trade, and then I can make 2 more 2/1s. Along with my Legion. I think I am just going to Legion Angel. Raidane. Raidane does some stuff. I mean, it makes like Ren uncastable or whatever, but let's be efficient here. Get another one. There's also a world where I just keep the Lolth in play and hope my opponent does not draw a removal spell. And I guess if that was the line, I should have activated this first. But kind of looking at this board state more, I'm almost more interested in just keeping the Lolth and drawing cards. Well, this being able to deal damage is very awkward. Because it deals damage equal to the number of permanents. Alright, we're just going to make guys. I could sit here and be a Greed Lord, but I'm not going to. Sure. Can we attack? I think we can. The question is with what, with how much? I think I like sending these. Could also send the Legion Angel, but I think that's definitely worse. Sending these means this dies. They have Menace. They have Menace, sir. Yep. Kind of what I thought he'd do. This, yeah, definitely this. Go. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. That is going to be kind of neat. Let's play this Raidane. Combat. I think we send these here. 8 damage. Starts to put him on a very real clock, and I'm also going to play this. Yep. Got to try and close the door. My opponent is definitely ahead with this card being in play, so we need to end the game before they draw spells they can cast and start free drawing. That's pretty good. Okay, so if I fire this up, do I have lethal? He won't be able to block. Whoa! The Ginger Brute with the subscription! Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. You are a superstar. Okay, so if I fire this up, block. He can block 2 4-power creatures. He takes 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which means he doesn't actually 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I send all, he actually has to block the 2 Legion Angels, which means then that I need to send all. And this can chump block a dragon, Goldspan Dragon, if he draws one, which is the only way he would have lethal. All right, let me just make sure that's correct. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope. Can't block that way, boss. We did that math. Glad you didn't. All right. This seems good against a dragon deck. This seems awful against a dragon deck. This seems fine. The negates are probably bad, honestly. It just hit Chariot, so yeah, I think we're going to do this. Question is, Maul seems pretty bad again. Just not interested against that against a bunch of removal. And I think this card is nonsense here. So let's try with that. See what we can do here. It was a very tight game. Fortunately, our opponent drew 3 lands in a row when they needed to not draw 3 lands in a row. Let us pull ahead. They had a pretty crazy start, though. Turn 3 Chariot, and then they had another Chariot in like the next 2 or 3 turns, if I remember correctly. We were able to deal with all of it. The Ranger class. Princess Silver. Thank you very much. I and Pikachu appreciate the follow. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Dead. Dead. Get to play this. Get to reveal the swamp. Check it out. All right. Goodbye. We're also going to kill that. We are also going to kill that. And I guess we've shown him the swamp, so we can just play that. I remember once upon a time when you were clean shaven. Yeah, that's not right now. That is not right now. I have not gotten a haircut since like a month before the pandemic started. So there's that going on. And then obviously, yeah, all the facial hair. The beard, I think, mostly looks pretty good right now. My hair is obviously kind of a mess, but... Okay. I think the play here is just Raidane. Makes it so my opponent cannot cast... Asika's Chariot. They could cast the Dragon if they have that, but yep, this is fine. I don't care about this. No blocks, and we're going to play an adversary and kick it more than likely here. Seems quite good. I also have the option to play this. I could name like Dragon's Fire, which seems annoying. Dragon's Fire seems pretty annoying, and then I could just hardcast one of these, but I could just like kick both. Kicking both seems probably more effective and a better use of my time. It's going to deal him more damage. Gives me a good lifelinker. What? Oh, okay, and they're attacking. I don't know what this play is. This is somebody not in Mythic is what this is. Crazy. I think I'm just going to play another one of these. Well, no, that might be wrong, actually. I think I'm just going to play two of these, name Dragon's Fire, because it's like the only card that's going to get my opponent out of this game. Yeah, let's do that. And we'll name another Dragon's Fire. Go. Okay. Okay. I cannot believe these attacks. Literally cannot believe them. Like, this gives me another opportunity to just send the adversary. It's insane. I don't even care what's in my opponent's hand here. I'm just playing this and kicking. It looks like they have nothing. And we're just sending all. Sure. Sure. Take 9. I gain 5. Go. Imagine leaving a blocker back. This guy wasn't into it. Did not want to block. Yup. That's A-okay. Yup. All right. Pretty good win there. Almost halfway from Diamond to Mythic now. Deck is performing very well. 5-2 through one of my matches, unfortunately. Made a bad combat error in Game 3, or I would be 6-1 at the moment. And we would be halfway to Mythic. Actually, we would be a third of the way through Diamond 2 because the loss sent me back and I would have gone forward. So, but anyway, deck feels very good at the moment, which is no surprise. Raja knows how to build a deck. Let's just keep rocking and rolling with this thing. Winning the die roll is nice. Blue mana doesn't matter in game 1. We got a black source. We got white. We're good. Hand is strong. 2-drop into 3-drop. Hopefully draw some more things to do, obviously. Cave, go. Just going to play this on 2. Start getting my counters. Island, so very likely blue-red. Could be blue-black. We're just going to play this on black, I think. Play this. Counter. Your turn. Yep, it is indeed blue-red, therefore telling, which is pretty good for me. Well, I'm going to play Array Dane because if the Foretold card is a Behold the Multiverse, they won't be able to cast it, which is very good. I also might put a counter on the Raydane because that's going to protect it from a Dragonfire that isn't backed up by a dragon. Although, if I put the counter here and they went to kill the Raydane, then this would be a big problem for them in the future. So, actually, we're going to put the counter on the Aspirant. I've thought a little more about that. Okay, boom. Good little start here. Good little start. Got some pressure going. Opponent really can't afford to iteration this turn, which is maybe what they would do, which is great for me. Yep. Maybe holding up a Divide by 0. They're doing this, so they must have 2 1-mana Demon Bolt. Good lord. That's pretty disgusting. Wasn't a ton I could do about it, though. It's fine. Still think I played that well. We're going to play this. I'm going to hide that second black source. I'm just going to play this and kick it for now. So far, actually, we're 0-2, I think, against specifically blue-red. But like I said, the one match I screwed up. Okay, let's go for an attack. See what my opponent does. Hopefully they don't have a Dwari Disruption here for the lull. Doesn't look like they do. Nice. Nice. Good Divide by 0. Go. Goldspan attack would, I guess, be a little... Oh, that's... Wait. I see. It's a good play. They could have done 5 to everything, but instead of doing that, they're just going to make little guys that can just ping stuff. It's basically the same thing, except they're actually a little ahead on the exchange. Now, the good news is I can kind of, because of this, and because these have Menace, we're not in that bad of a position still. And because I can just play this and kick it twice, which is kind of sick. Now, maybe they have another burn down the house, but whatever. We're not walking too far into it if I play this, honestly. Yeah, I think just playing this and kicking it twice is pretty strong. I don't want to just play everything into another burn down, which is very possible to be in my opponent's hand, very plausible. Yeah, let's just play this and kick it twice. They know I have it anyway. I'm not gaining anything by waiting. Boom, boom. ate you. Go. Sure. Demon Bolt. Okay, well now I know my manland can get in, so that's nice. That's actually really good too. That is also very good. Um, so if I play both these, put a counter on each of these, that'll deal them 3 damage. And I guess I'll lose both of these. Maybe the other one of these. I remember clean shaven, clean shaven, short-haired Steven too. Barf. Yeah. Okay. I think I am supposed to send both of these. He could double block and then shoot the other one, which I guess would be the play, potentially. It's hard to say. I could also just not attack this turn. There's some argument for that. Then he doesn't really get to do a ton to my board. And I get to kind of force the issue a little bit. I get to make this potentially good. It's a little awkward if I get burned down again, but a burn down is going to be bad no matter how I play this. Let's get damage. Because of the manland being a 2-turn clock, let's get damage. We'll see if they just copy their search spell to gain 4 life and get 2 lands. That's certainly one thing they could do here. Nope, not interested. So they must have something better planned. Okay. Gross. Very gross. Hmm. Okay. Um. Hmm. Could just fire this up. There's definitely some argument for that. Just try and squeak in that damage. Squeak in that damage. He can like play this and have a burn spell, I guess. Would have to be play with fire. I don't care if it's the bounce spell. It doesn't really do anything. And I can just replay. Yeah, I'm gonna fire this up. I think I need to push damage. I'm a little worried about doing this. This is also really good if my opponent's hand is like another burn down the house. Sure. That's pretty bad. In fact, that is an understatement. That is horrendous. That is very, very bad for me. I see you've really turned around the record since I last checked in. Good to see the deck's doing well. Game 1. This is game... Yes, this is game 1. Your stream is cut off a bit at the bottom, so I can't see if you have a win. Let me see if I can actually edit that. I probably can, right? I just have to move the game capture up. There we are. There we go. That's better. Thanks for bringing that up, Dustin. And let's transition that over. Mangstein, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. I, as well as the little Pikachu there, appreciate it a ton. Yes, you are welcome. Thank you for letting me know that that was an issue. Okay. Well, I had to in order to... Yeah. Is this Maggie? I assume this is Maggie. But to be honest, Redhead Brothers. Maybe this is not Maggie then. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. I know Maggie was on Facebook yesterday. I know there were a few people who were on Facebook yesterday. I mentioned earlier in the chat, if you are on Facebook, I'm not really paying attention to that chat. Come on over to Twitch, please. It's much easier for me to follow. All right, well, we're going to play this land. Really no idea how I can squeak out this game. My opponent has a Field of Ruin now. Honestly, they haven't even seen the Silver Quill. I don't think we can win this game. We're just going to go to the next game to conserve information. There's no way I'm beating a Dig Through Time. Let's be real. Not a chance I am beating a Dig Through Time there. Okay, we're going to bring this in. Bring in the test. Bring in the negates. We haven't seen Egg out of them, but very likely they're playing Egg. Everybody's playing Egg either in the main or the side. Almost nobody's playing 0 copies, so we do have to respect that card. The question is how much removal versus how much other stuff do I want. This card is not good in this matchup, really. Them being able to kill it makes it pretty unappealing. This is not good either. They're not really blocking in this matchup. We're going to cut this. And now it's 2 cards from here. So we have 4, 5 removal spells there. 6, 7. Probably a little more than I want to have on the play. So I think I'm going to board one of my removal spells out and then probably one of my adversaries. I think Shade is better than Adversary, but with all the spike field hazards and things, it's hard to tell for sure. But this card, if they don't have the hazard, obviously it can keep coming back, which could be a big deal. So we're going to have it in. And like I said, I'm going to cut one of my removal spells. I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be the Grasp. Let's leave in the other stuff. I want this for a cheap removal to Egg. Cheap answer to Egg. Smoldering Egg. So let's run it like this. The instant speed on the other one's appealing, but... Well, we are going to keep this. It's not super exciting. I wonder if you should run a few. This channel needs more artifacts, not enough colorless cards around here. Yeah, sorry. There have been like 0 of those so far on this stream this week. So we'll get to artifacts eventually. Maybe we'll have to play a stuffed bear deck at some point. But it's not going to be today. And then, Dustin, I wonder if you should run a few concerted defense in the side in addition to the gates so it's less weird tempo-wise for your early game. Yeah, I could buy that for sure, Dustin. I could buy that for sure. Both of these cards right now are bad against a spike field hazard. This one's better in the long run if it doesn't die, so we're going to play this. Okay. Good artifact decks in Standard. Modern, probably. Yeah, no is the answer. There are really no good artifact decks in Standard. Well, we're going to play this. We're going to just cast this. We're playing this next turn. Hopefully this the turn after. I'm just going to push damage here. If I put the counter here, it protects me from Spike Field. My opponent obviously didn't have that yet. So I guess there's some argument to put it here. It's also better against like a bounce spell or a divide by 0. Yeah, I got you. Hello. Yeah, I'm actually going to put it there. Back for a few minutes. How's the deck doing? Did we win that match against Blue-Black? Yes. The only losses today so far, Raja, are to this deck. Obviously, the one where you didn't watch, and then there was another one where you didn't watch, and I actually punted Game 3. I did some bad combat math, and had I done better combat math, I would have played Intrepid Adversary before combat. It was an interesting situation. It happened about an hour ago, so if you at some point want to go back and watch it, but it was just a mistake from me. So we should be 6-1 right now, and we're down a game against Blue-Red at the moment. We're going to put the counter here. Excuse me. Please no copy Demon Bolt again. That would be rude of you. Divide. Yes. You have divided by 0, you monster. Sure. Take 4, please. Play this. Get this. Go. Stuffed Bear is funny, but would maybe actually have a niche if it weren't for the stupid amount of good manlands. Yeah, absolutely. And just the power level of other cards in Standard, too, right? Like, it doesn't match up particularly good against a Sika's Chariot, for example. Oh, baby. Well, that's pretty good. That is quite good. Because we drew that, I'm going to play this, and I'm going to counter on the adversary, I think. And then we're going to leave this up for burn down the house, I think. We'll probably let our opponent do whatever other thing they're trying to do here. I think I want to go here, though, for sure. The lifelink's whatever. I'd rather just have a flyer, a good flyer. But my opponent goes for a removal spell here. I don't know. I might counter it. They would need land burn down the house, and that's not even like... Okay. Combat, please. Yeah, I think I'm going to say no thanks to this, actually. If they've got the burn down, they've got it. It's fine. They don't have a land, which is really sweet. Okay. Opponent's library. They have one more. Get it out. Actually, no. I'm going to leave this in their deck because it makes it more likely that they draw this instead of the land. I don't want them to draw the land at all. So I am going to take the one out of their graveyard, but the one in their deck is going to stay in their deck. They can have it. I'd rather them draw that than the land. I don't know how good this matchup is yet. It feels fine, Raja. I think it's close. Like I said, I punted the one I lost, so that was on me. We should be 1-1 against it, and the other time where we lost, I just couldn't draw a land. So, yep, and now our opponent's doing this, which is fine. Cinderclasm does next to nothing. Cool. One thing that might help matchups like this a little bit, Raja, is Duress might be kind of good. We do have Spellbinder, obviously, but I wouldn't hate a couple copies of Duress in addition to the counter magic. But I don't know. I mean, the matchup doesn't feel bad the way it is. So all right, game 3. See if we can get to 6-2. Should be 7-1 on the day. Raja, are you considering playing this at the Envy? And looks fine. It's not exciting, but this on 3 is good. These will make my opponent interact at least. I don't know how good. Yeah, couldn't. Yeah, let's do this. Couldn't lose to blue-red with the Bant deck. Sure. That's fair. I tend to not like doing both discard and counter spells. Okay. That's fair. We're just going to do this. They have a Fading Hope. That's fine. Need to dodge Divide by 0 here. Perhaps I'm going to keep testing it until I find a deck I like. Sure. Well, this deck does feel very good. I will give you that. We're going to play this on black for now. I don't want my opponent to know I have access to blue mana. And I think this is just a lot better here than playing an Aspirant. Hopefully they don't have Divide. Yep, that's... It's annoying, but whatever. I mean, we can do it again. It's not the end of the world. The problem is if they have Deluge. Now, hopefully they just... Yeah, that's like worst case scenario. I did not want to see that there. They hit a land drop and then also cast this. We should probably test against each other using a stock list gauntlet. I agree. We should do that. Obviously, you have work during the day, right? So if we did that, we would want to do that like in the afternoon, evenings. But I agree. That would be a good call. Definitely gives us the best testing, and we can kind of work out sideboard plans from both sides. Well, we're going to do this. I could double Aspirant, but that seems pretty weak. Do you guys got any big tourneys coming up? Yeah, in 3 weeks, Dustin, we're... Okay. I think I just need to take the... Jeez, oh, Pete, this hand is really good. I think I just, unfortunately, need to take probably the Deluge. Although I don't know that I can outrace 2 of these, but I don't think I can beat this. Knights are preferred. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, Dustin, yeah, 3 weeks we're going to the SCG Con. This is a tough call. Taking this, I don't like. They still get to play it for 6 mana. I could also quit my job. That would free me up during the day. Yep, you could do that. God, two burn downs is going to be too much for me to race. I actually think I have to take one of these. I hate it, but I have to take one of those. The reason I have to take one of those is I can't beat my opponent going 3 1-1s with haste, 3 1-1s with haste, I don't think. Honestly, I have another swamp anyway. We're just going to play that. I guess I should have played a blue source to bluff concerted defense, but... yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize that, Raja. That's disgusting. Okay. Yeah, we're just not drawing very well, unfortunately. This has been pretty annoying. I'm just going to have to let my opponent burn down the house and kill my stuff. I can't sit here and not apply. I'll at least act like I have something that matters. Are they playing a kill spell here? No, they're just deluging for a spike field hazard. Good play. I'm going to pause for a minute to at least bluff that I have literally anything. Again, I think, like, for example, if I had Test of Talents, I think anyone would Test of Talents this who knows what they're doing. But maybe my opponent thinks I have a negate. I am going to put the counter here. I have to. They have burned down, so they're just going to sweep the table. Now, they don't know it's going to resolve, but they're going to go for it, I think. Who knows? Maybe they won't. Depends how many one-for-one spells they have, I guess. Sit here and pause again. Although, at this point, the jig's up. I mean, if I had something there, I would have played it. Okay. What to name now? Everything here is just, this is just so rough. All three of these cards are very good for my opponent. So whichever one I name, he's just going to play, they're just going to play a different one. I guess I just name Burn Down, I guess. And do I just play Silencer alone? No, I want to make him cast the Burn Down, I guess. So let's do this. Let's play another blue mana. Let's do this. Burn it down. We're going to try and at least make that card look appealing. I'm going to sit here and tank for a minute so my opponent might think that I actually had a real decision. Maybe they think I'm trying to debate between holding up double counter and not. And I'm going to put the counter, I believe, on the Aspirant to protect from cards like Spike Field Hazard. I could put a counter here, though, to protect from, like, Prismari Command. So that's not nothing. Yeah, you know what? Let's really try and entice a Burn Down the House. I don't know if I'm... Yeah, I don't think I'm getting out of this one either, Dustin, but we need to hope our opponent plays Afraid, I guess. That's the only way we can win. We need to rip multiple counter spells in a row. All gas. All gas all the time for this opponent while I draw all lands all the time. So, unfortunate for me. We're going to play this and we're just going to say go. Very obvious I don't have a removal or a counter spell, because had I had one, I would have played one. So again, the jig is up. Apparently it's not obvious enough. Okay, I'm going to stop playing lands to just make my opponent still think I might have something. They only have 6 mana up here, so they can't flashback Deluge, so that's good. I'm just going to play this. Tapping is weak, but whatever. It's very irrelevant in this game. The only way we can win this game is literally just bluffing. Just making our opponent think we have something. And so we're going to do everything in our power to make them think we have something. Uh-oh. Well, now they're going to go for it, obviously, and they're going to take 2 turns in a row. I think I'm just good to concede this game. We're not beating 4 1-1s in 2 turns in a row, especially with all this going on. They're just going to burn down the house for tokens, attack me for 7, 2 turns in a row. Yeah, let's just... Good enough. Ah, yes, the old hope my opponent is stupid strategy. Sometimes it's all you've got. Yeah, well, not necessarily stupid, but overly cautious. Unfortunately, they just drew all spells, while I just drew infinite lands and a removal spell, which had no text in that game. Maybe I still had too much removal. It's hard to say. Okay, so 5 and 3 should be 6 and 2. Make that edit. Done. Transition. All right. Let's get back to work here. Well, if they were cautious, it would mean they were stupid, because I feel like, yeah, I mean, once I didn't counter the smashing, yeah, exactly. The jig was kind of up for anyone who knows what's going on. Yeah, we're going to play first, obviously. 2-drop into 3-drop. It's a little medium, but it goes 2, 3, hopefully maybe 4, 5. We're going to keep. Pathway on white is what we're going to go with here. They let on that. We're going to keep holding this in case we draw a Snarl. I'll play this on black for now and just lead here. It's kind of nice. They already played one of these. Hopefully they don't have another one. Sure. Sure. Gonna be honest, this is a rare situation where Maul looks pretty sick in this matchup, so I think we're just gonna suit up and hit for 5. Just gonna suit up and get in there. Hopefully they're just going to like iteration. That'd be wonderful. Take another 5 damage to the face. I gain another 5. That'd be very good. All right, so they're going to have some sort of interaction. I don't want them to divide by 0 the Spellbinder very much. I guess maybe I don't care if they divide by 0 the Spellbinder. No, I'd rather do this. Sure. I suppose they could divide by 0 the is divide by 0 is just creature, right? Target permanent. So they actually could have hit the Maul. It's good they didn't hit the Maul. That'd be very foolish, but nonetheless. Okay, no surprise there. Let's go for the Spellbind. Good lord. Good lord. All right. I think I'm going to take the Epiphany so he can't put that in the foretell zone. Maybe I was just supposed to raid aim there. I don't know. It would have protected me from this deluge stuff. That's for sure. Would have protected me from the deluge stuff. Could play Lolth and make idiots, but then my opponent can just kill them by casting spells. That doesn't seem very good. Raidane seems very medium as well. We're just in a really rough spot. I guess I should have Raidaned last turn and thought about this with the deluges, how bad that would have been for me. But obviously he needed to have 2 of them because I could have hit 1. So it's like, You know, he could have had he could have just as easily had multiple 2-drops. So maybe it wasn't actually a mistake, but I just it did punish me hard. Um, really wish this card was just like actually Obnixless sometimes, you know. Oh, I guess it's Raidane. He'll cast that. Yep. I got you. Yeah, I agree. I think Spellbinder was correct in hindsight too. Even with the way it was, um, I think it's a lot more likely they have like 2 2-drops or whatever than 2 Memory Deluges, and it kind of has to be exactly 2 Memory Deluge in this spot too. So it is what it is. Whatever. We're gonna do this. We're gonna put a counter on the Spellbinder, I believe, just to get in that damage. I know that my opponent can kill it, but we just gotta rush. I can throw Maul on Raidane next turn and then put a counter on it, so that'll be 5 and then 6 on the following turn. So we just need to hope that our opponent can't double spell. Okay, that's acceptable, I think. Sure, yeah, I was about to say, what are you doing, opponent? It's kind of weird. I don't understand the no attack there, really. Obviously, I'm not blocking. You can play your sciences, that's fine. Gain your 2 life, deal your 2 damage to my Spellbinder, I assume. Sure. How about a removal spell? Can I draw a removal spell, please? It would be ideal. That's really good. That resets this, I believe. I think it's going to go back to an egg. Yeah, that literally, that probably couldn't have been any better, honestly. Was not a better draw in my deck. So, I mean, I guess an actual removal spell was a better draw that existed in my deck. But whatever. Counter is going on Raidane for sure. I'm going to send both. And I think I'm just supposed to deploy this. I just want to get on the board with as many things as possible. Make attacking with Goldspan as bad as I can. Yesterday, I'm really missing the Faceless Havens out of this blue-white deck today. Adds another color to the white deck. Yeah. Well, this is Raja's deck, and I know it looks kind of like the deck we were playing yesterday, obviously, and to some extent it is. But it's basically a black-white mid. It's an aggressively tilted mid-range deck that plays a bunch of counter spells in the board. It still plays the cave manland. Opponent deluging here has got to be pretty good for me, I think. Sure. Yeah, I was just busting your balls. I feel you. That's fair, man. That is fair. So they're going to get their egg back. That's okay, though. Oh, yeah, they were just dead to me equipping them all. They were just dead to me equipping them all, which hopefully we would have figured out. Yeah, kind of a sick win. It looked like we were in big trouble there, but we pulled that one out. All right. I know I need to respect here. We just saw them. We're going to bring in all those. Still going to bring this in, I think, over an adversary. We're on the draw this time. So, this card is nonsense. This card typically is not good, although it was really good on the play there. Maybe I'm underestimating the power of that card in this matchup. Maybe it's good because it makes every threat matter in the late game, like we just saw right there. It got us a ton of damage that game. And then was actually the nail in the coffin for how we were going to kill the opponent. So maybe on the play it's good enough. I don't know. But it also pushes X2s out of Dragon's Fire range without a dragon, which is kind of cool. Hmm. There's some argument. I think we probably... Lolth is a little awkward just because of how much mana investment it is on the draw when we're trying to hold up a bunch of counters. But it is still just quite a good card. And really good if we're flooding, and we do play a lot of lands. I think we're going to play one less removal spell. And I might cut the adversaries. I think the adversaries are kind of weak. I don't know. This might be one too many removal spells. It's hard to say, but we're going to try it as it is here. The spiders block the dragons pretty well too, and the menace. Yeah, no, it's a good finisher for sure. I was just curious if we should change the approach to the matchup at all, because we have lost to this deck a few times. Now again, you know, the first one we lost to blue-red was just me flooding immensely and not getting to play the game. Well, I'll tell you one thing. This hand sucks. We're not keeping that. This one, though, is pretty good. Huh. I definitely want these two in the 3 lands. Negate versus Lolth is close. I need to draw a land for either one of them anyway. I think Negate is going to be more important. Anyway, as I was saying about this matchup, I drew very badly the first time we played it. And then the second time we played it, I threw game 3. It was a difficult combat math decision, but one I should have thought out more. Okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to name Dragon's Fire. Whatever. Please don't iteration me. That's fine. Okay, Raydane's going to be sick here. Really good draw. Raydane. Go. Well, these blue cards will be great if I can find a blue mana. Sure. You know how I had you fix the screen earlier so we could see your wins? Now we can't see opponent wins because of the deck name record thing. Ah, okay. Let me adjust that. Thundering Rebuke. God, jeez, just a filthy turn from my opponent. As we continue to not find our sources we need. Whatever, I just have to play this. No rush. Yeah, we'll fix it between games. Actually, I've got a second. So we'll just slide all of this over then. They resolved a dragon. I drew another blue card I can't cast, so we're going to concede this game. I'm going to make my screen look a little better for everybody. I'm not going to change anything sideboard-wise, I don't think. Actually, I lied. I am going to change a little bit. I'm going to have one less removal spell being on the play, and I'm going to bring in one more threat. It's going to be one more adversary, I think. Okay, so that is edited. Now I need to edit my text. Slide this over there. Slide this over here. You like that better, Dustin? Yeah, that would have been really sick You need 6 mana to flip the thing still, but it would have been pretty cool nonetheless. Would have been pretty cool. But, yeah, I think I'm going to be on this plan here. Still would have been sweet. I mean, yeah, no, it is kind of vomit-inducing for sure. Barf. Barf indeed. Well, we have blue mana, folks. We're keeping. We're going to hope that he doesn't main phase kill this or have a Spike Field Hazard on turn 1. And we're just going to try and go the distance. Okay, so I need to play this on blue and the other one on black. I think. Barf. It's a laughing. Oh! I'm an idiot. I actually think I'm going to play this one on black before I play the other one on blue. And the reason for that is if I need double white at any point for the angel. Also, this might deter my opponent from a main phase kill spell here. Yep. Oh, what a draw. What a draw. And that is why we did what we did. Because had I done it the other way, we would not have double white available to us for angel in the future. If he goes for this, I think I just test. We get to look at the hand here. We get to take any more copies of this out of his hand. He has none. This hand is egregious. Thank God my opponent did not have Mountain in this on turn 1. Having 3 counters in your hand and none hitting Goldspan is rough. It is, but we're going to be too big for Goldspan to matter being on the play. We actually have no counters for Goldspan. We're not playing Disdainful Stroke in this build. Get out, get out, get out. Opponent's graveyard, get out. All right. Counter here, please. And honestly, this was just a punt from our opponent. They should have done that main phase, but they weren't thinking about me playing a blue land there. So just like how earlier there's kind of an asterisk next to one of our wins, or losses rather, there's kind of an asterisk here too, because if our opponent was heads up, they just would have killed it immediately. There's no reason to wait there, I don't think. I guess they were trying to hold up disruption, so it's not a terrible play. I understand it, but they got really hard punished. Well, now I'm just going to play another blue source, and it's going to be this. And I'm going to leave up negates for the rest of the game. Yep. Divide by 0? No thanks. Sorry, Mr. Mathematical Wizard. I will not allow it. Yes, my opponent's hand was quite bad. Play this as another white source, get in for 5, just hold up negate again in case they have like a burn down the house or just another way to answer this. Thank you very much, Vivid, for the follow. Appreciate that. I, as well as my trusty companion Pikachu there, really appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to combat. We're just going to put a counter on this. We're going to 6 our opponent. They draw another divide. I get to negate that and then silence on Epiphany, which will be really good. Divide by 0 exception. Yeah, I see we lost to blue-red. That game 3 didn't look promising. We're in a game 3 at the moment against blue-red. We lost game 2. You have priority. Oh, thank you, Mitch. Sorry. So we're going to play this, and it's going to be a black source. I'm going to play this. We're going to name Alrund's Epiphany, I think. So we can be pretty sure that they have one under there. We'll just make that uncastable. It was already uncastable anyway, but with negate being in my hand, they were dead if they played it. So maybe I was supposed to name something else, but yeah. Yep. All right. That's big. 6-3. 6-3 with Old Faithful Esper Aggro. We're going to play a 10th match here in a second. Let me go through real quick, edit this record for us. And let's see if this deck is confirmed better than Whetstone White or if it is even with Whetstone White. Yesterday we were 6-4 with Whetstone White. Here we go. This hand looks pretty bad. We have an okay curve, but 5 lands is just, that's too many in the opener. All right, well, I'm excited to lose because I don't draw lands, but that's where we are here. I think I'm going to get rid of a verse, although getting rid of this means if I miss lands forever, I'm going to be able to interact better. All right, I'm getting rid of this. Never mind. All right, that's good for us. Playing a creature deck with the hand I just kept is nice. Play this first, go. If this deck does worse than that white deck, I'll have to retire playing it. Well, it's not going to do worse. It might do even. It might do even. Imagine running 26 lands in an aggro deck and not drawing them. Yeah, we are imagining that. And okay, so we got to kill this. The question is with what? Being mana efficient is pretty appealing to me. So I think we're just going to verse it. Yeah, we're going to verse this. That was a mistake on my land drop, by the way. I was supposed to play this because of the lands that check for basics in the hand. Okay, well, we can kill that, so that's good. Okay. Okay, well, that was a fine draw, I guess. The question is now, do we want to spellbind our opponent, check out what's going on, or do we want to Bloodchief's Thirst, kill the Sentinel, and play a Luminarch and get that going? I kind of like getting the Luminarch going, honestly. If they have a good card, they're probably going to be able to play it regardless. If they have a land drop, they have 6 mana, so they'll be able to chariot us. Because this taps for mana, this is a mana. Yeah, so I think I want to get the Aspirant going, like I just said. So let's do that, I guess. Okay. Play this on black. And play this. Go. You should have played past white. Yep, I am aware that I should have done that. But the good news is it doesn't look like it's going to hurt us too badly with this hand. Yep, there's a Seeka's Chariot, but that's okay. We knew that was probably coming. The good news is we have another Vanishing Verse. That's a fine draw, too. Okay, so getting not punished for the land drop was nice, because now if we drew a Snarl, it would have come and tapped anyway. Um, hmm. The question to me is, do we play this? Do we play this? I'm assuming the answer is probably no. I can just put a counter here, and then with the crew on the stack here, I'll Vanishing Verse it. So that way, if they play Snakeskin Veil, they can't get me. This holds the fort back pretty well. Yeah. We're just going to say go. I don't think the adversary does much. That's why we're not playing it. Okay. All right. So they can obviously, if they have Snakeskin Veil, I think they're just going to get me. I don't really want to let them crew with this. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of giving my opponent free mana, especially when I'm going to Spellbind. So why don't we just do this? The ultimate feel bad here is going to be crew up and then Snakeskin in response, but fortunately they didn't have it. And my opponent doesn't really have any attacks, so that's good too. Okay, now we're getting paid off for holding this in our hand, because if we draw another white source, we'll be able to double kick it next turn. Oh, wow. Their hand is awful. Negate counters Lolth, so I think I'm going to take the negate, I suppose. None of it matters that much at the moment. And I think it's time to just start loading up the flyer. I'm definitely not attacking with this, so let's just start getting up over here. Okay. Sure. That's annoying. That is absolutely disgusting. Because now they can level it up, and Magda's actually like a real attacker. I think it is. I have to let them do it. Wait, what are you doing? What is this? I don't understand this attack. Send the Magda. Yeah. We're just not going to block because we can kick this, and then this problem will be less bad. Then I can just put the counter here for a turn, and then he can't attack me anymore. So yeah, we're going to no blocks. Hopefully we draw a white source. White source is God tier here. All right, that's not bad either. But I am going to play this and kick and then put the counter on the aspirant. I think now we get aggressive in the air. Yeah, definitely. I agree. 100%. 100% get aggressive in the air. But I am going to put a counter here to be able to not let this attack anymore. Because our opponent is going to be on a quick clock here anyway, right? 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 4-turn clock. 6, 7, 8 doesn't change the clock. So I'm going to just put the counter here so he can't attack with Brazen anymore. Or really anything for that matter. Now our opponent doesn't have combat. Sure. They're going to level this up, obviously. That's fine. Don't forget you have the cave. Yeah, I know. All right. We need another land to activate the cave. Opponent. Oh, baby. Oh, sweet goodness gracious. All right, so if I put the Maul here, then I can put a counter on the lifelinker as well. This also leaves up the removal spell. Honestly, my opponent only has 1 mana, so they can't test. I think I'm just going to kill this. Don't forget to have. If I kill this, he gets no block. That's a 2-turner. It's potentially a 2-turner anyway, but... All right, gotcha. Power Word Kill seems fine. Kills Chariot. Earlier we said we like Crippling Fear. I think this is good against the green decks. Bloodchief's Thirst is certainly good. The rest of it is not good. Especially with all the counter spells, I'm not super interested in Lolth if they leave those counter spells in. Now, they might cut them. With what they saw from our deck, they actually should cut them probably. All right, I might change my mind on that cut, actually. Don't like this. Don't think I like these on the draw. They were good that game, but I don't think they're actually what we want. Spellbinder out. Raja, why do you like cutting Spellbinder against Chariot? Well, I guess they have a lot of mana acceleration, so you can't land it in time. I definitely don't like cutting Spellbinder against mono green, but against this deck I might be in for it because they ramp a lot harder with Sentinel and Innkeeper, but you hit Chariot before it hits the table regardless if you're on the play or draw. I think we definitely want them in on the play. I guess I'll listen to you here and cut 3 of them. Solely because of Innkeeper into Chariot, but I'm still not certain that this is right. A lot of mana, slow on the draw, doesn't line up against their threats very well. That's fair. Well, are we just going to hope Crippling Fear is gas and this is gas? Probably. Keep. They are bad against Sentinel, but the hope is that Sentinel is not in play because we can kill it. But I guess if we don't draw that much removal, obviously we probably can't afford to do that, so sure. What do we need to do here? We need white mana. Let's just do this. Go. It's an elf rogue. It's a wolf. Okay, you have a wolf. That's going to be good. So we're going to play this on black. And we're going to play this. Counter, go. Yep. Try and keep our opponent back here. Power Word Kill will deal with the Chariot if they crew it. Hopefully they don't still have Negate in their deck. Or Test. I mean, Test doesn't get anything, but Test would still be gross here. I guess they won't get to counter the Crippling Fear at least. Resolves. Kill it, please. Snakeskin Veil or Negate would be gross. Test would also be gross, but at least we get to Crippling Fear the whole board away. This is why I like Vanishing Verse. Yeah, I know. I know. I mentioned that earlier, too. Vanishing Verse is definitely a very good card. No question. I don't think anyone is trying to argue you on that point. Hopefully my opponent just jams any creature here, and then I just Crippling Fear the board away. My type name actually won't matter either because this is going to be a 4/4. I could name Elephant for all we care. Okay. So if I do name human, I get to attack, which I think I'm pretty into. This is going to be that. This is a human, right? Yes. None of these are humans. Okay. Well, you hit them harder if you name human or cleric. Yeah, I know. Naming elephant is very appealing, but not what we can do here. All right, human. Go. Putting a bunch of counters on this angel seems filthy with this aspirant. Assuming it lives. It might be dead. Maybe he's going to kill it here. Who knows? Demon Bolt or something? Sure. We have a pretty good answer to that. I guess. Well, we have another pretty good answer to that, I guess. I'm going to do white here. That way we can double kick the adversary if it becomes relevant. Sure. Probably is going to level that up, I assume. It's fine. I think I just double kick adversary here and go to work. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Especially because if the adversary dies, I just kick it back up. Pick it back up. Yep. Fine by me. Also fine by me. Sure. Yep. I loved it, Raja. It was one of the best. It is literally the best crippling fear I've ever cast. So good call on your part, as usual. Nice. Opponent just attacks and concedes 70% with the deck. On to Diamond Tier 2. Deck feels very, very good. One of the losses was just a complete, honestly, like 2 of the losses were kind of garbage. Just complete flooding, complete screw, whatever. That's variance that happens. And then one of the losses was on me. Very possible we could have been 8-2 today. Really, really liked this deck a lot. I think for now, we're going to switch over to another deck for about half an hour and put this one down for the moment. Because I want to mess around with that mono white deck again a little bit. We've made some changes. So everybody gets to watch mono white, not feather anymore. It's just Magecraft. We cut the bird. That card's terrible. So hopefully you all will stay with me while we play some mono white Magecraft. I actually think I made the deck fairly decent this morning when I was making some changes. So we're going to go back to 0-0. Just going to play a couple matches, a couple quick matches with this deck. It's very fast. Record to 0-0. Esper Aggro. That's been my experience with the card. Most of your creatures are human, so against the green decks, you can Plague Win them. Yeah, I will say the sweepers out of the aggro decks are awesome because it's a very different experience than with control. With control, they feel awful. I really think the sweepers are bad. Which, Raja, you weren't on earlier, but I'm pretty sure that's what everyone's getting all uppity about on Twitter, right? Is that Strosky, I think Andre Strosky burned the house down against Mono Green, and then Zan Syed basically said that was foolish. And I definitely think Strosky was right. I think the sweepers are garbage. How have you liked Lieza? We didn't bring in Lieza a ton today, but it is. I mean, it's really good. It was really good there. I think that was the first time we've had it in play, to be honest. The one time earlier this morning I brought it in, it got stuck in our hand. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm changing the deck name here. Mono White Mage Craft. Let's see if we can up our mythic quickly with some Mono White Mage Craft. Let me transition that over. Okay. Should probably capitalize the white there, huh? That looks disgusting. Let me change that. All right. Yeah, I've noticed the controversy. Yeah, me too. Like I usually try and do with Twitter Magic controversy, I'm just not getting involved. She's basically Baneslate. Yeah, she is. Very good card. Very good card. For those that are interested, here is Mono White Magecraft. Let me move. Let me see, actually. How does this look? Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so main deck. For those that were watching yesterday, towards the end of the stream, I started screwing around with this deck, but I actually think I don't think it's that bad of a deck. I wouldn't play it at the Invitational or anything, but I do think it's a fun little deck to get a couple matches in with in here before I log off for the day. A couple cards we were not playing yesterday that we absolutely should have been. Blessed Defiance. This card's awesome because it's a +2/+0, first of all, so with like Clever Luminancer and things, it's just going to be +4 for 1 mana, +4 power. But it also gives lifelink, which is going to swing races in situations where I need to race people. And then it can also be used, like if I need to trade or something, I can get a 1/1 token out of it as well, because if the creature dies, I get a 1/1 spirit. Flyers are pretty sick in this deck too, because when we're comboing off with like Lean and Light Scribe, we just want little idiots in the air. Another card that I didn't notice until late this morning, Wings of the Cosmos. This is kind of like our Mighty Leap effect, which I may have alluded to yesterday when we were playing the deck. We want a way to jump over, get over decks. This is the way. It's also just another 1 mana spell. I'm still not playing man lands because hitting untapped lands is just so critical. I did go down on the land count again because now we're very, very low. We don't want to draw more than 3 lands with this deck, like ever. 4 lands maximum. And yeah, so this is kind of the deck. Our sideboard is probably what you'd expect. It's just some cheap removal, playing some Beaming Defiance to protect from removal. A couple more kill spells in Fateful Absence. Still got the Guardian of Fates in right now for sweepers. And then we've got basically our Learn package. Academic Probation, Environmental Sciences, Reduced to Memory, Inkling Summoning, and Expanded Anatomy. Okay, with that, we're going to get a couple games in here. Standard ranked, we're not afraid. We're going to beat somebody and make somebody very angry with Mono White Magecraft. That Wings card seems sweet. Lets you survive certain sweepers too. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's actually insane against Burn Down the House. It actually just saves Clever Luminancer from Burn Down, which is nice. All right. Play first. That's a good start. Well, 4 lands. I mean, it's pretty garbage, if I'm being honest. But this double of this is like, it's interesting. Having a 1-drop creature is really good. This hand is very close. If we draw spells, it's going to end up being good. And if we don't draw spells, it's going to end up looking nearly unplayable. I think we can do better than this. And we did indeed do a little better than that. I'm just going to get rid of the Show of Confidence. The rest of the stuff looks pretty good. Show could be good, but I just don't have the mana for it right now. Well, that's a really good draw if we can hit a land. I'm going to go Clarion Spirit first. If we hit a land drop, we can go Spirit plus Homestead Courage for 2 counters. Okay, this is a matchup we like to see right here. All right, that's a little unlucky, but whatever. I'm not gonna attack. I'm just gonna play another Clarion Spirit, I think. I suppose. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play Clarion Spirit here. And then next turn we can go Homestead Courage, get 2 spirits. We could also just deploy this next turn. And if my opponent kills either of these, then I am going to probably play this next turn. Yeah, I'm absolutely not going to block. Nice try, though. Sure. Okay. All right, that is literally insane. So we're going to play this, and then we're going to play a Homestead Courage on one of these, which will trigger the Light Scribe and both of these, which will give us 2 1/1s, a counter here, and +1/+1 to the board. And then next turn, our opponent is very likely just going to die. And I think I'm okay offering this trade. Yeah, you know what? No, I probably don't even want to offer this trade. We'll just keep getting a bunch of bodies, and then next turn, this attack's just so much better. Yeah, let's just get in for 4. Opponent's in huge trouble. You kind of have to kill the Light Scribe now. But even if he kills the Light Scribe, I'm going to start going so wide that it might not matter. Sure. A-okay. No blocks. No blocks. The nice thing about having an instant is if he does have a 2-mana removal spell, we can blow him out. Or a 1-mana 2-damage spell, rather. It's a good thing it's not Night. He can't play Lightning Bolt here. Let's see. I think we're just going to put a counter on a flyer. And then before he can do anything, I'm just going to Fateful Absence this off the board. And this should be very lethal. And this also doesn't show my opponent wings, so they won't know it's there for next game. Hit ya. Boom, 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 boom. Imagine if we would add a turn 1 Luminancer. This deck's sweet. I really think there's actually a little bit of potential with this deck. It's a pretty cool one. Opponent's on like an aggressive strategy, and I'm on the draw, so we're going to bring in some holes. We're also going to bring in some more absences. Typically, I cut the shows on the draw. And probably 1 study break. I'd rather just have hard removal. Can werewolves beat mono-white Magecraft? We're about to find out. Can werewolves beat anything? Is another question that we could ask ourselves. I don't know, is the answer. Might not be good against mono-white Magecraft, though. Yeah, this hand is pretty sick. Okay, it got even more sick. Okay, sure. Yep, you got it. We're going to go Monk, and then we're going to go Homestead Courage here. Gives it Vigilance as well, so... Now we have a good blocker, if they were trying to accelerate. Next turn we can go Light Scribe plus Courage out of the yard. Sure. You're not dealing damage to me. Okay. So now the question is, would we rather have a 1/1? I think we would rather have a 1/1 actually. It's going to be better next turn when I play this Light Scribe on him. I'm going to play the one out of the yard. We're going to do it to this one, I think. I guess if I did it to this one, I can just send the 5/5 alone, and then if they want a double block, that's all they get. Yeah, I think I actually like that the best. This block is just egregious, having to double block this. Okay, they chose to not do it. They agreed it was egregious, but opponent is just probably going to die. Kind of just murder him with mono white magecraft here. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to make it day again and just play 2 Light Scribes. Get another Spirit, get counters on these. Opponent's going to need like triple Lightning Bolt here to have any chance. Which, for those that don't know, that's what I call the Moon Hunter's Ride, or the basically deal 3 for 1 mana when it's night. Call it Lightning Bolt. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how my opponent can really beat 2 of these this turn, and then Homestead Courage plus whatever we draw next turn if we draw a spell. Yeah. Yep, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware that you had Lightning Bolt, sir. Good luck. We will get in for 1. He doesn't have any reach. Go. I would like it to be day, please. Okay, I'm going to block with my 6/6. Sure. Imagine thinking a Sika's Chariot is good enough here. Whoo, buddy. Yep, pretty good. Pretty good. Opponent missed the memo. Sika's Chariot is cats, not werewolves. What's that doing in there? All right. Well, that was fast. Let's see how many more we can get in. But that felt pretty sick. Also, how did you like Legion Angel? Legion Angel is a great card. I love Legion Angel. I think it's good in all the white decks. I've never disliked that card at all. It definitely seems correct. Yeah, no, there are no other playable 4s, I don't think. We don't have a 1-drop with this hand, so I think I'm probably going to mull. I don't think I can count high enough to calc the damage you were doing that turn. Yeah, it was a lot. A lot. We basically played a Crater Hoof Behemoth. Yeah, I need to mull. This hand sucks. Okay, we can work with this. We can work with this. I think I'm going to keep all my threats. The question is, I kind of want to get rid of 1 wings, but it's possible I just get rid of the Clarion Spirit. I don't like mulliganing this hand very much because I don't feel like on 5 we're going to be able to function quite well enough. This hand is obviously slow, but if we top deck Plains, we'll be in good shape. Tough call. This is a very tough call. I think I'm going to get rid of wings, though. Yeah, Raja, the only... I could see Cave because it adds white. I really don't think this deck wants colorless mana at all. Because now, typically, I'm going to play from like 3 lands maximum, and I'm very often going to want to go white mana, white mana, white mana. I could maybe buy the Cave, but the problem with Cave is I don't expect to ever get to enough mana to activate it anyway, so at that point, why am I even playing it? So here I'm going to play a takedown because I want to go Clarion Spirit into Monk Monk. kind of gas. That is kind of gas. I think what I'm going to do now is just play a monk into probably a removal spell. Maybe a counter spell, but whatever. Yeah, I don't care. And then next turn, I can go Clariot Spirit Monk. Sure. The werewolves. Not the werewolves. Yeah, okay. You get the wings. That's fine. We'll have more spells. Okay, that's sick. I'd rather have a bird than a counter. Go. Need to dodge a sweeper. Deck's not very good against those, but whatever. Okay. You got it. Killing this. That's rude. Opponent, why are you doing this? All right. I think I think we're going to do this. We're going to play Monk into Leonin Light Scribe. Again, just hope they don't have a sweeper. I don't even know what sweeper I would name when I go get the 2-mana spell that can say they can't play something. I guess Meat Hook Massacre is the most embarrassing, but we can't beat any sweeper here regardless. Well, they just pitched a removal spell, so I imagine that's going to be a sweeper. It has to be, right? What? Duress? That's sick. Oh, sure. That's pretty bad too, huh? But we can actually deal with this. And we're going to do that. We can go get the 3-mana Exile spell. Reduce. We can reduce this to memory. Get out of my way. Put counters on these. I think I'm just going to send both monks. We just want to push damage here. I'm fine with trading. Go. Sure. Sure. Esper Aggro finished at 7-3. 7-3 with me punting a game, so that's not too bad, really. Sure. This is all fine. All right. Well, unfortunately, we've drawn too many lands for this game to probably be winnable. It was close, though. The control decks are definitely not good matchups for this deck, but I actually think green and mono white are probably pretty okay. Yeah, Dustin, we're playing some mono white Magecraft, which is what we finished the stream with yesterday as well. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree, Raja. Obviously, in these spots, it would be good, but like I feel in these, we're gonna lose most of these games where this happens anyway, regardless if Haven's in our deck or not. And I just don't think it's worth giving up what we would give up. Yep, smart play from the opponent. So, what? They have a deluge. All right, we're just going to attack for now, I guess. I can't possibly fathom how we win this game, but maybe there's some way. Maybe my opponent just forgets how cards work or something. I don't know. Seems very unwinnable. Iteration, sure. I actually think you win specifically this game if you had a Haven. Um, well, funny enough, these don't. If these were still lands in the deck, which they would be because they're spells and lands, I still couldn't even activate Haven until. Well, the sixth land would have been exactly enough to activate Haven. So I guess you're right. Okay. Maybe we will do that at some point. All right. I think that's good enough for me. We're going to concede this game. Um, we want these against control for sure. And we're just going to probably, well, Fateful Absence deals with that 3-4, which they'll probably keep in the deck. So we do still want to leave some answers to that. Study Break seems awful. Show of Confidence is fine here. Yeah, all the rest of this is fine, so I guess I just need to trim shows. um, yep, this hand is fine. Play this tapped. I think you should, yeah, yep. I already knew that was there. So this is kind of interesting. I think we just want to play this as a tapped land and then get this into play. Next turn, we can go Clarion Spirit plus a pump spell, I suppose. Okay, well, I believe it or not, opponent, am going to pay 1. That is fine. That is very true, Raja. That is very true. Iteration. You got that. Excuse me. Well, this is all gross. These beaming defiances are going to be disgusting. I'm not going to be greedy here. I'm just going to be patient. Sure. If we draw a land, we're just going to go totally all in. Give the board +3/+3. Yeah, it'll be lethal. It will be lethal. So we actually just want to draw a land or another 1-drop. It'd be okay. Well, our opponent is just dead. They are certainly dead now, if they weren't dead before. I guess I did get this. Play this because I care less about them knowing about this one. Uh, 4, 8, 7, it's 15. Play Academic Probation. Okay. I was going to name something stupid there just to be funny. All right. Game 3. And I think we're going to keep it like this. These control matchups are definitely tough. This is not what this deck wants to play against. We want to play against mono green and mono white for sure, but it's certainly winnable. Just 1 threat, no protection. Yeah, I can't keep that. There's no way. All right. Well, unfortunately, this time we need to keep this. and we need a bottom of land. And we're kind of just going to pray that we draw like a 1-drop off the top here. All right, that works too. That's not bad. The other 3-drop, let's say, yeah. Do we play this into... Oh, he foretold. I didn't even notice that. Too busy looking over at chat. Yep, this is good. Yep. Yep. Okay, now we have to ask ourselves, are we going to play around... Oh my God. So good. Let's go. No thanks. Counter that, please. 3U. Go. All right, no sweepers. 1 time. Thank you. We're going to probably guiding voice the spirit here and go get the spell that makes it so my opponent can't cast one of the sweepers. The question is, what do we name with this? Opponent, sorry, you're going on probation. Actually, if my opponent doesn't respond to this, I might name Memory Deluge. Because then they can't deluge right here. Okay. They had the deluge. That's fine. My opponent could have either Meat Hook or burn down the house, so I kind of just need to pick which one is more problematic. Fading Hope there. Sure. I think I'm going to name Meat Hook. Why is it not coming up? What is going on? I don't understand why this is not coming up. Choose non-land card name. They suck. They look heavier red. All right, sure. We'll go burn down because I can't get Meat Hook here anyway, so... and I think... The question is, am I supposed to do this for extra damage? I'm going to use the rope here and think about it. Double spelling could be relevant. Just do it on a spirit, I guess. Yeah, let's be patient with those. Oh, it's the Meat Hook Massacre. I see. Well, let's hope they don't have Meat Hook, huh? That's bad for me. Fateful Absence, please. I do think, well, yeah, this is probably worth a spirit here. And this is why where holding this is going to end up being really good. Okay, that's pretty insane. Question is, do I want to go on the Clarion Spirit twice and get it in? Or do I just go on 2 different spirits? I guess I just go on different spirits, huh? So I'll probably just kill this with the Demon Bolt. I don't know, that's interesting. I don't actually care about this card anymore once I do my thing this turn. So maybe I actually... Yeah, you know what? let's make my opponent kill this. I think it's bad for them to kill this. They're just going to die to flyers here. Go. Sure. This card is so goddamn annoying. I don't even think this card is like that good, but it's so good against these aggro decks. Okay, you gonna Demon Bolt me twice or what? Wait, what? You're gonna choose to lose 2 twice. Opponent, you've lost your mind. And you killed both my ground idiots. What? I missed. I would have liked to spell there, but opponent is doing their sure, double Fading Hope. Okay. Yep. Double Scry. Pretty good. Well, opponent is still in trouble. I did not cast any spells, so it's going to stay what time it is. I guess they can cast 2 spells on their turn. They can Deluge. Yeah, I really just needed to draw a spell. Are you... God, that's so annoying. Ugh, we're in such good shape. Bummer. Bummer, a bummer, a bummer. But these matchups are pretty tough for us, so we are very close. Opponent got pretty lucky there. Just no manipulation at all to find that specific copy. Yep. All right, everybody. Again, this has been Steven Dykman. Thanks a ton for watching. If you appreciate the content, give my team a follow on YouTube, Swish Gaming, website swishgaming.com, Twitter, The Swish Gaming, Facebook, Swish Gaming, and Twitch, The Swish Gaming. That's going to be it for me today, I think. We will get back to it tomorrow. Not sure exactly what deck we'll play yet. And honestly, like I said earlier this morning, I'm going to be on in a few hours, I guess. Probably like 4 hours playing some Legacy with Larry. We're going to build some decks. We're going to build 60-card D&T, and we're going to look at Legacy Burn with Darcy and Ragavan. So if you're interested in any of that, come check it out. If not, I will see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot for watching, and I will